The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Clocks are ticking at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. Time is running out for contenders to make up the ground needed to catch the seemingly unstoppable leaders. Hans Niemann rebounded from a disappointing round 7 loss, securing the victory and a share of second place. It appears the only thing capable of slowing down Carissa Yip is a scheduled day off, as the Phenom extended her lead with an 8th win. The final rest day is over as players return rejuvenated and ready for the final push to the title. Day 9 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 9 of the 2024 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's been an absolutely fantastic event so far, and we are entering the final stretch of this event. The players will need to leave everything on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start Day 9 action.
Carissa Yip is getting closer to writing her page in history with a perfect score. Can she continue her winning streak? And the open section is fired up and ready to go. Welcome back after a much-needed rest day as round 9 starts right now. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Okay, it's wonderful to be in the
Katerina.
studio. I enjoyed it.
Yasser, I hope you guys enjoyed your rest day.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. It was brilliant. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 U.S. Championships. The final rest day has been completed, and yep, it's a sprint to the championship. Carissa can clinch with a victory, but the Open tournament is a lot more competitive than that. Kate, do the honors. Standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the women's section, fantastic performance,
Wow.
One that will be remembered for a really long time. Carissa Yip won her last round, round 8, and now she's 8 out of 8. We have a clear second, Begim Togihirjanova with 5.5, but she's already 2.5 points behind Carissa Yip, who can clinch her title today. And Alice Lee, clear third with 5 points. And then there is a two-way tie for the 4th place. Megan Lee and Tatev Abrahamian with 4.5 points.
Big fight for the second place. And tell us about the standings in the Open.
Here we have Fabiano Caruana clear first with 5 points. Then there is a two-way tie for the second place, Awonder, Liang and Hans Niemann with 4.5 points. And then there is a three-way tie for 4th place, Robson, Sevian and Levon Aronian with 4 points.
And our format for these two U.S. championships.
Format is as follows. We play 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We have classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer draws.
It's a sprint to the finish, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
So we have round 9 today, then 2 more rounds, and if necessary, there will be a tie for the first place. We will see playoffs on Thursday, October 24th.
Certainly don't expect any playoffs in the ladies. And Cristian, our leaders have been fantastic.
Absolutely, and as we enter these 3 last championship rounds, it's time to look at the road ahead for the players, also the line score, to see how they got where they are today. And we're going to start with the open section, and of course this is the man to beat so far, Fabiano Caruana. He could be potentially going back to back if he wins this year's championships. He started in 2022. Take a look at that beautiful line score, and the only game that I can remember he was in trouble in was the first encounter with Hans Niemann. Even that 5th encounter, that was a victory over the board. That score was settled in different ways. And let's take a look at the road ahead for Fabi in these last 3 championship rounds. This is a big one. Today against Awonder Liang. Finally, after 3 rounds, Fabiano has the white pieces once again, but he's facing a mighty opponent, only half a point behind him in round 10. A player that he knows so well because he was a part of his team for the 2018 World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. That is Grandmaster Leinier Dominguez, who is struggling in this event, but we know how dangerous he can be. And of course, in round 11, a contender that he had an incredibly close race for the national championship title in 2019. That is Grandmaster Sam Shankland. Let's take a look at what's happening in the women's section. And in this one, look, this is the name that's been on our lips since the beginning of the tournament. Just an incredible line score for Carissa Yip, and she has defeated so many close contenders, including Begim Tohirjanova, including Irina Krush. She still has to play a few though. Let's take a look. And as you were mentioning, Katerina, she can indeed clinch if she wins today's round. Let's see what the road ahead for this young lady looks like. In today's round, she's facing Megan Lee, who is in pretty decent shape so far.
Well.
Megan managed to defeat Alice Lee not long time ago, so definitely a player that can play and can defeat anybody. This one is going to be a tough one. Round 10 against the 4-time national champion Anastasiya, and round 11, that's the marquee matchup that could potentially change the outcome of this tournament, and that is against international master Alice Lee. Those two ladies know each other so well. They went neck and neck at the Olympiad, scoring victory after victory for Team USA, and that gave them the bronze medal at the Olympics. What do we have in terms of pairings for today, Katerina?
Let's take a look. And we will start with the women's section.
Right.
We have Anna Zatonsky playing Alice Lee. Alice Lee will try to catch up to Carissa or get to the 2nd place, which is a qualification spot for the World Cup. Then, of course, the game of today, Carissa Yip against Megan Lee. Can Megan Lee stop Carissa from her perfect line of wins? Talia Cervantes playing Atusa Purkashian, Rose Atwell against Nazi Paikidze, Jennifer Yu playing Tatev Abrahamian, and another key game of today, Irina Krush against Begim Tohirjanova.
Absolutely. The fight for second is very intense. And the pairings in the Open. Kate.
Here we have Ray Robson against Wesley So, Abhimanyu Mishra, a little bit struggling in this tournament,
he has been.
against Levon Aronian, Grigoriy Oparin against Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian playing Leinier Dominguez, and the key matchup today, Fabiano Caruana against Awonder Liang. And Hans Niemann has a bye round.
Absolutely. Well, they're playing for titles, ego, rating points, and lots of money.
Very generous prize fund. In the women's section, the total prize fund of $152,000, with the 1st place winning $35,000, 2nd place $30,000, 3rd place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And this year, there is this special winner's bonus. If a player is clear first, they get extra $5,000.
Very generous indeed. And in the Open.
In the Open section, we have a total prize fund of $250,000. 1st place winning $55,000, 2nd place $43,000, 3rd place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000. And again, this year's special winner's bonus of $7,000.
And here in the Central West End in St. Louis, everybody's abuzz about the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Exactly.
Break that down.
Normally, we wouldn't talk about this in round 9.
Not at all. Come on.
She has a chance to win this special $64,000 Fischer Prize, which is awarded for a perfect 11-0 score in the US or the US Women's Championship, and it honors Bobby Fischer's perfect performance 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship.
Can she do it? Statistics say the odds are against her, but we're rooting for her.
I'm even not so convinced that right now even statistics would say the odds are against her, because she is favored, at least rating-wise, in all the games so far. And it's only close against Alice Lee. Everything else is more than 100 rating points, if I'm not mistaken. So, look, right now she's favored. I would say over 50%. That's me talking. That's not the analytics or anything of that nature. That's just me, my personal common sense.
Well,
can you have personal common sense? I guess you can.
These days, it is allowed, as we see.
It is allowed.
Grigoriy and Sam Shankland at the board. Grigoriy filling out his score sheet there. I remember Juan Bayon. He was a grandmaster from Spain, and he would bring to the table like 3 highlight markers. When he's going to get in time trouble, those moves were in red. The opening was in yellow, and he highlighted his whole score sheet. It was a work of art.
But nowadays you can't do that.
No note taking.
And we've seen Fabiano also, obviously Sam Shankland right now looking very focused and ready to start the battle.
There we see Megan.
Yeah.
But for Sam Shankland and this U.S. Championship, it's a story of opportunities squandered.
Absolutely.
Wow. So many points he's left on the table. Megan.
But also so many beautiful games, right? The game
well.
he sacrificed 2 exchanges,
That was
played
great.
really well positionally.
Against Mishra, and just came up short. Again, I think Awonder and Wesley has been regaling their audiences with some
Awonder seems to be looking for something from Wesley. It's like, hey, do you want to play rock, paper, scissors with me as well? Maybe I can choose my openings like that. That's what happened in last round. Hans Niemann. In fact, this is what they were playing for. Hans was choosing his openings.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, D4 or E4.
D4 or E4.
There you see the handshake between Carissa and Megan. Butterflies in the tummy for Carissa?
Oh, must be.
Right? Because she's so close, and yet, winning 3 games on demand is just incredibly difficult.
Look,
That's the
11
only
out of
pressure, right? She's not worried about not winning the U.S. championships anymore.
Yes,
No.
I don't think that's on her mind anymore. It doesn't have to be on her mind. She's like 2.5 points ahead of the competition of only 1 player.
Begim.
3 points ahead everybody else. So, yeah, right now she's in the driver's seat for sure.
She's looking to clinch. Knight f6 in the Joko piano. In the good old days of the 1800s, d2, d4 was the automatic go-to move. Today, in the 21st century, it's d3. Mm-hmm. And then it all becomes a kind of a positional fight. When are you supposed to play a6? When are you supposed to play a5? When are you supposed to play h6 and g5? I mean, it's some craziness. Let's just check in with the marquee matchup in the open section and check this out. I mean, are we seeing a mirror? Because Fabiano and Awonder did have the same position.
I think we kind of understood
until castles.
This past
C2,
year
C3,
that the Joko piano is not going anywhere. Joko piano is here to stay at every level of the competition. And it just seems to be one of the best ways to give players with the white pieces a chance to fight for something, a chance to fight for a game. Unless, you want to fight and find something against the Berlin, which is easier said than done.
It's been difficult for the best players in the world to come up with some new ideas against the Berlin. Knight f6, d2, d3, d7, d6. And just staying with this game between Fabi and Awonder for just a brief moment, just to speak about Awonder. He's doing phenomenally well, as he himself admitted or confessed. He wanted to come to the championships, draw all of his games, and quickly withdraw to the University of Chicago to continue his studies. His opponents have thwarted him. By avoiding drawn positions, they forced him to play for a win, and guess what? He has won. He's also done it impressively by staying ahead on the clock. Mm-hmm. I think in virtually all of his games, he's played very quickly, and he's true to form today. In fact, both Fabi and Awonder have more time now than they started with. So for Awonder, is he thinking still, look, a draw is fine, I got a black? Or is he thinking, my gosh, this is inconceivable, but can I win the U.S. championship?
I don't think this is how he's thinking. I think he's really just, let's make a draw.
Let's make a draw, and away we go. Talk to the current position, Cristian, because I was always taught when they play bishop b6, be aware of knight a5.
Yeah, I don't think knight a5 is a huge problem, and that's not generally how players with the black pieces approach this position, because knight a5,
yeah.
you still have a way out, and that is bishop to b5, bishop to a4, bishop to b5, c6, bishop a4, and now bishop to c2. You also need to contend with the fact that knight on a5 is a bit out of play. In fact, you're in trouble.
Of course, my intention was to play bishop to d7.
You should play bishop to d7.
To force the trade of bishops.
I'm sort of curious whether knight to a5 has been played before. It has not.
Never played?
It has not been played in this position. Knight
Wow.
to d2, knight to a5, bishop to d7. This is fine, but it does seem like it gives white the advantage and the opportunity, in fact, to continue with d4. I can also start with b4, take more space on that side. Knight to c6, knight to c4. Now I get to your bishop.
A4.
Exactly. A4 is coming. That's going to force a reaction. You're going to have to go a6. I'm going to pick up that bishop on b6, and you're going to have to be forced to take with the c pawn, which is considered to be pretty good for white. This is a good transition for white. So that's why they don't play this move knight to a5 in this position. Castle was played bishop to b3.
Now we have bishop b3, maybe respecting the threat.
Exactly, yes. Now knight a5 is starting to look like somewhat of a threat, right? Because bishop to b5 doesn't come with a tempo, and you can do things in the meantime. But he responded with bishop to b3. Of course, this is aimed against knight to a5, knight a5, just simply bishop to c2. We've talked about this position, I believe it was last round, when I don't remember exactly who played
as well. Awonder
with the black pieces.
Yeah. This early 97.
I think it was somebody else that played with bishop to b6. Was it Abhimanyu versus Hans? Yes,
yeah.
Abhimanyu versus Hans. And the idea was knight to e7, c6, and then, of course, d5. Now, what Fabiano decides to do is immediately target the bishop on b6. So right now, if you continue with c6, my guess is that he's just simply going to take the bishop on b6. We shall wait and see how this one develops. But it does seem like both of these players are pretty much aware of what to do in the opening. Now, to build up on that idea that you guys mentioned, that he's good with a draw, Awonder that is, I'm not sure. Why am I saying that? Because he had great success with the black pieces. It seems like he's inviting his opponents to try for more. Hey, play for a win. I know, look, you're Fabiano Caruana, 2800 level player. You're going to try to beat me with the white pieces. I'm encouraging you. I'm inviting you to do that, because then maybe I will get my chances as well. In fact, with the white pieces, he himself, Awonder, has forced a couple of draws.
Sevian.
Against Sam Sevian, against Hans Niemann as well, that Berlin, that exchange Berlin. So definitely it seems like he's willing to take more risks, or at least he's inviting more of a imbalanced position with black pieces.
Right. Counterattack. Knight g6 on the board. And Kate, where would you like to take
What if we take a look back at Carissa Yip's game?
Sure.
Because she is inviting an attack on the king side, and I feel like Megan was considering maybe to attack her.
G5. Well, let's take a look. So we do have the Joko piano, as we've seen in the Fabi game. Fabi has already castled his king. Not so in this one. d7, d6, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, a6, a4. Okay, so the way I would interpret the move a4 is I am looking to gain space, but more importantly, if you play the move g5 and queen e7 and you try to castle long, I'm ready, I'm waiting, I've got a ready-made attack with the pawn on b4. Megan is playing a coy here. She hasn't committed herself to g5. But the problem is, if you don't play g5, it's really hard to break the pin.
Right, the pin is very uncomfortable.
Awkward.
That's why very often we play that h6,
right,
not to allow the bishop to go to g5. And when we allow the bishop to go to g5, we sometimes want to kick it back with h6, g5, and try to attack on the king side. But you are saying that a4 move, especially with the a6 pawn also on the board,
right,
that attack on the queen side for white is also very straightforward.
Exactly. So here, a question I might ask is, okay, should I go g5 and should the moves bishop g3, queen e7 be played? In a certain sense, I'm saying to you as white, don't you dare castle kingside, right? Because I've already got my pawns on g5. I'm looking forward to playing knight h5, capture your bishop, play h4. Would you pick up the gauntlet and say, my king's perfectly safe there. Or would you play a move like h4 and be a little coy as well?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can play maybe like a move queen e2.
Sure.
Just play it on both sides.
Right.
By the way, we have moved bishop a6 on the board.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6 to try to... I understand what this move is inviting. Because this move wants you to capture that bishop.
Yes.
Then we want to recapture with the f-pawn.
Yep.
And then we are very happy because we can easily castle on the king side and we do not have to worry about the pin anymore.
Exactly, because the half-open f-file means the rook is defending the pawn. Defending the knight. Don't have to worry about the pin. No, I'm not eager to play the move bishop takes e6. I'd rather let
to
you
pick up
capture.
on your terms.
Yeah, trade on my terms. So here I would probably play the move castles. At some point, I have to make a commitment. And while we're here in the ladies section, let's just go to the game of Jennifer, you, and Tatev. Again, the fight for second place is really a big one. And the World Cup qualification is up for grabs. Here we have a kind of a Queen's Gambit declined. White, Jennifer did not commit herself to d4. a7, a6, an indication that you might play the Queen's Gambit accepted. And so the move b2, b3 saying, okay, I'm not going to recapture with the bishop, I'll recapture with the pawn. And now we're getting into a very different territory with these two. Now, how do these two players match up? What's their lifetime scores?
Let's take a look. So we have Jennifer Yu, who has not won a game yet against Tatev Abhimanyu. She has 4 losses and 5 draws.
Very, very one-sided score between them. We've seen that between a number of competitors that you wouldn't have expected. You'd expect something a little bit more evenish. Nope. Bravo.
Especially
Bravo,
knowing
Tatev.
that Jennifer Yu already won the US Championship twice.
Yes.
But with Tatev, that's not her favorite opponent.
Not at all. Do you have a particular player in these championships that you embrace? You say, oh, I love to play against that person, and I hate to play against another.
I actually have a very good score with Jennifer Yu and Carissa Yip, but I feel like I played them when they were a bit younger.
Good, very clever of you to do that. Bishop d2 on that board. Let's go to the game of Anna Zatomsky and Alice Lee. Very early days, kind of a fortress, a Barksa, knight f3, g3, bishop g2 by white. Alice classically bringing her knight and bishop. She'll probably play c7, c5. Very, very, very early days for these two. Anna Zatomsky, she's one of those players. I have called her U.S. championships for a number of times, and she herself cannot explain her successes as well as her failings. Sometimes she just is in great form, playing very, very confidently well.
She just wins.
Winning U.S. championships. And this particular event, it's sort of like she's not found her footing.
And sometimes it happens, right? You play a tournament and you just feel like things are not all right.
Right.
You don't exactly you cannot pinpoint what's the problem, but it's just not working.
For Alice Lee, how would you sum up so far after 8 rounds? She started slow, but I felt like she had a very good games. Like she was really putting fight. She was trying her best. Then she had that one loss with Megan. That was very straightforward loss. Right.
She didn't have any chances in that game.
Right.
So I think that's a game that maybe she will be a little upset about. But other than that, she has a great performance.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. We're going to see if e2, e4, and the so-called Bobby Fischer attack, works or not. Okay, let's see. This one is Rose Atwell versus Nasi. We have a...
Caro-Kann or?
Well, it's a hybrid modern, right? You fianchetto your bishop in a modern.
That is the Rose Atwell versus Nazi Paikidze game that we're looking at right now.
Nazi has played Queen b6. I don't even know if this has a name. I've certainly had echoes of this, let's say, in my games. Knight f3,
The name is, I'm done with this tournament. I don't want to look at any theory. Can I just place the pieces randomly somewhere?
The Gurgenitsa system with e5. Now, this looks like a lot of my games because in a number of my games, I loved to play for the f5 square. And h7, h5 was a precursor to my knight h6. And I really would wait for white to move the bishop e2, and then I would mirror wherever the bishop went, because if the bishop went to e2, I was going to go bishop to g4. If it went to d3, I would play knight h6 and bishop f5. We're going to keep an eye on this one as we continue our run-through of the ladies' competition. Come to the game of Talia and Atusa. Same questions for you there. These two players, really capable of playing well at times.
Absolutely, yes.
And still, they've had flashes, but all too brief. They haven't been consistent.
I think that finding consistency is a very difficult thing in chess. For me personally, I can play a great tournament, I gain 30, 40 rating points, then I just lose it.
In the next one.
In the next round, in the next tournament.
Right.
So it's just keeping your motivation, keeping your strength. I think that is a challenge.
Absolutely. B7, B6 looks like a kind of
we have a London system.
Yeah, exactly. And it's my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya. She likes to go to the tournament hall, get a feel for what's going on with the players. Anastasiya, your daily briefing. Tell us about the tournament hall.
Hello, Yasser. Hello, Kate and Cristian. Yes, I was in the playing hall, of course, and now you were talking about Atusa and the fact that she doesn't have really great tournament so far. Yes, it's really hard. We all know how is it to have difficulties during the event when you keep losing or something doesn't go your way. But you know what happened? On my way to the playing venue, I saw her walking together with Hikaru Nakamura. Her husband is in the town, one of the best players in the world. He already arrived to St. Louis, and I think the reason for that, of course, also is to support his wife, who is still playing in the tournament for the last 3 games, and just to show her also some support, because we know that Hikaru will be playing in 9LX event, which starts in 1 week. So, but he came earlier, definitely a few days earlier, so should be this reason, I guess so. So he accompanied her all the way to the Hall of Fame, but as we know, nobody can really enter the playing venue. So then he left the Hall of Fame, and Atusa, of course, went all the way to the playing hall. And yeah, I followed her and I checked what's going on in the venue, and everything is fine at the moment. I saw Carissa Yip arriving, and she was talking a little bit, chatting with Megan Lee before the round starting. And so everything is under control. Everybody, of course, worried about what will happen in the round number 9. And everybody keeps eyes on her game, definitely. Players are passing by and checking, what is the opening and what's happening. Yes, I can tell you that. Yes, so back to you guys. I'm really looking forward of what will happen today in the U.S. Chess Championships.
Thank you, Anastasiya. We look forward to your interviews as well. Indeed, we're watching this historic 8-game win streak. Can she make it 9? Can she win the Bobby Fischer Prize? Well, our statistician will have more to say about that later in the show. First of all, I want to bring us back to our marquee matchup between Fabi.
But before we do that,
sure.
Yasser, I think we should talk about and build up on what Anastasiya was talking about Hikaru. Well,
yeah.
I do believe we're going to have Hikaru here in the studio with us. So if you are a Hikaru fan, maybe ask your questions on social media. Who knows?
Get ready.
Maybe we'll get to that. We will have him at round 2, 2:15, something along those lines. Guys, let's go and let me show you.
Please.
Let me show you what's happening in this particular game. And this is the game between Grigoriy Oparin and Sam Shankland. And it started off with this knight to c6, knight to c3, not committing to d4. This is very important, and you will understand in just a second why. If you go d4 right now, and you go for the main lines, I can go with the 4 knights Sicilian. And unfortunately, right now, you generally have to do something to prevent either bishop to b4 with the move a3, or to take on c6 and go into the main lines, or You can go knight db5, but this will mostly take you to the Sveshnikov. Also, black after knight db5 can play the move bishop to b4, which leads to completely different variations. But he had a different idea in mind, Grigoriy that is. He played this cagey move, a3. Now, you might be wondering, what's the idea? Why can't I just simply play the move knight to f6? We're going to go into the same lines, right? You go d4, take, and now I have time to go d5, and generally I equalize with the black pieces. But no, after knight to f6, the idea is that you can go e5 in this position. Also, you can start with bishop to b5. These are leading to very, very intriguing options for both sides, but it does seem like Shankland was not aware or not familiar with everything that's going on in this line. So he decided to go for a6. But this allows me right now to go d4, knight takes d4, and knight to f6 is no longer as popular because I already have the move a3, you already have the move a6, and this leads to a much better position for white. After taking on c6, e5, you go knight d5, I go knight to e4, but surprisingly, in the main lines with the pawn on a2 and a7, a3 is a very useful move for white because it takes away this b4 square. a6, not so much for black. So we're basically playing the main lines with a tempo up as white, which leads to a very good position. You're going to be able to attack that knight with the move c4, and there's no more knight to b4 or even bishop to b4 check. So this one is a big improvement for white. He decided to play queen to c7, bishop to e3, bishop to e7, and h4.
That's unexpected.
It might even be a novelty. Let me check. Yes, it is a novelty. It is a novelty indeed. f4 has been played quite a few times. Bishop to e2. The engine recommends g4 in this position. h4, it wasn't even on my radar. But yeah, it's a move, h4. The idea being that you just simply want to push your pawns. You're not looking back anytime soon. You're going to go h5, g4, g5. You're trying to break black's position on the king side. And I will let you guys to analyze this, but let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two players because I don't think they've played as often.
I was about to say, only a few games.
We have Grigoriy Oparin winning 1 game against Sam Shankland, 0 losses and 3 draws.
I'm still a little flustered by the move h4 because I've seen black playing h5 more or less voluntarily when I play f3 or even h3. But playing h4, that's a curiosity for me. Well, we'll see how this game unfolds. We also have a few other games just to get to. Mishra versus Levon Aronian. And this is another one of these games that always mystifies me. White is playing a Nimzo Indian with the move e2, e3, and the bishop, unlike in Queen's Gambit Declines or Queen's Gambit Carlsbad structures, I'm not outside of the structure, I'm inside of the structure.
And we know that you don't like to keep the bishop locked on c1.
No, it's not me, it's the bishop. The bishop says, what about me? I can hear it crying, like, guy, like, don't you respect me? Why hurt my feelings? The bishop on c1 talks to me. Queen c2, b7, b6. And I really have to pause it here because Kate, think about Mishra's move, queen c2. If you were to break that move down for me, would you say that the move comes with a threat? Queen c2.
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, knight b5. That looks uncomfortable for the bishop.
So the idea behind queen c2 is maybe I want to play knight b5. The bishop can't move because of the c7 pawn, and then I would capture the bishop, and I would make a trade that mostly I would think would benefit white. I mean, don't you hate it when your opponent doesn't respect your threats? Like, would you please acknowledge that I have understanding and I want to make a threat? Levon said, do your worst. And Mishra said, no, I don't want to play knight b5. So I'm a little bit confused why I need queen c2 over, for example, like knight e2.
So by the way, do you think the reason why Abhimanyu didn't go knight b5 here is because of c5?
No, actually, I suspect something else. I suspect that when Mishra plays the move knight b5 and knight takes d6, I win the two bishops. Yay. So I got the two bishops in my hand. I would think that Mishra was probably thinking that after I win the two bishops and the light square bishops get traded, I don't have much of an advantage. So I think it was bishop a6 that
because I'm
dissuaded
feeling that
him.
white's pieces are just not developed. The king on e1, knight on g1.
Yeah,
So
there
if
is that too, right?
You're wasting more time to help develop my queen. I'm going to develop my bishop. And you have to be careful about the center as well, because
Exactly.
when my rooks go to open files, it's going to be dangerous.
No question about it. And I do feel very much so that the move queen c2 plays with fire a little. Like if my queen was on d1, my knight was on e2, I'd already be getting ready to castle, right?
Right.
And I'm a move or two away from that. No knight b5 for Mishra. Instead, he played the move b2, b4, came c7, c6, kind of like a belated recognition that maybe
could be a threat.
I think also, not that it's an immediate threat, but there are ideas of the future of white playing b5, a4, and just preventing your c5 move. So c7, c6 keeps some flexibility. By the way, it also introduces
Just blocking the whole structure on the queen side.
Right, knight d7, knight b6, knight c4. What happened? Knight e2, a5. Let's catch up with the players. Well, guess what? We are here. Undoubtedly, if I now play the move b5, c5 is a reason why Levon didn't want to allow an en passant, right?
But capturing on a5 looks very bad, right? You're going to allow me to recapture with the rook, and there's going to be built pressure on that a3 pawn.
Yeah, the crazy part is, seriously, I know what you're saying, that this is, strategically speaking, a win for black, the a3 pawn versus the b6 pawn. And yet, you know, contrarianly enough, I have seen white play a4, rook, bishop d2, rook b1, and somehow the pawn on a4 is actually better defended. The pawn on b6.
Really?
It's like it's really crazy. Look, I don't play like this. My bishop would be on g5. I'm just saying, I have seen games like this. a5, that's a nice clash. We're gonna keep an eye on that one. And Cristian, back over to you.
Yeah, let's get back to the marquee matchup of the round, and that is Fabiano Caruana, the leader of the tournament in the open section, versus Awonder, who is chasing him very closely behind, only half a point. So with a victory for Awonder, he would be able to leapfrog Fabiano. Now, easier said than done, victory with the black pieces against a player that hasn't lost a single game so far. Knight to c4, we left it off at this point. Knight to g6, best move in the position. We kind of understand this idea of transferring the knight from c6 to g6. Still keep an eye on the pawn on e5. It's a very important pawn, but also looking at ideas of jumping with the knight on f4, or maybe including the two knights after knight to h5 and knight to f4 into the attack against the white king. Rook to e1, rook to e8, and I really like this move, rook to e8, because you sort of envision, whenever white is going to take on b6, the follow-up is generally d4 and try to open up the center for the two bishops. You're going to have the two bishops, you might as well try to open up the center. The thing is, with the rook on e8, you really need to take care about your pawn on e4. So I like this move. Rook to e8, very standard, of course, very standard stuff. And I don't think we have a move yet after rook to e8. Yes, we do not have a move. What black is doing is waiting for white to go a4. You're trying to wait for a4 so that now you can go c6. If you want to continue with your general plan, as white, you should probably take on b6. You put your knight on c4 for a reason.
Right.
Take on c6 on b6 with a pawn. But now with the pawn on a4, this is a much better version for black than with the pawn on a2, because in some cases, I will even have a way to immediately get rid of my weakness with the move b5. Take advantage of the fact that you're pinned down the a file. So the pawn on a4, much worse for white than the pawn on a2. That's why we're seeing Fabi hesitate to play the move a4 to force this move c6. I don't think he's going to go for it. I think we're going to see more cagey moves typical of the Italian, such as h3. Maybe we're even going to see h6 by black. We're still in the early phases of this one, but both players are trying to outsmart each other right now. Hey, I want you in the position that I know. And exactly the same thing is what Awonder is saying to Fabi right now with his last move, rook to e8. Very interesting middle game is going to develop in this one.
Quick question for
Yes.
you on that one, Cristian. Okay, I'm a gifted tactician. I
Okay.
hate to admit it, but there it is. I just have to say
Yeah,
it.
of course, of course,
Free
of course,
confession.
of course.
Knight takes b6. Let's go. A takes b6.
Yes,
d4.
yes. Are you looking-
d4. d4.
Okay.
So you're going to take.
I get it.
Yeah, my
see,
tactician.
I see.
See?
I see what you want.
Yes.
You want to take first, or
Yeah.
do you want to take on e4 first?
Take on f7 first.
On f7 first. Very nice. Yes.
And,
now rook takes c4.
Now, this is I defended my pawn tactically, but did I gain the advantage by?
No, it's zeros.
Zero.
Complete zeros. And I have a feeling that probably I'm not forced to do all of these things. Like, for example, after rook takes e4, I can just simply protect against knight to g5 and
Right.
create a threat at the same time with the move h6. Now you have to defend the rook on e4. Probably you're going to
trade
trade
it off, yeah.
But my pawn structure right now is tremendous as black. If you don't get an attack going against my king on f7, which is going to be extremely difficult in the absence of your light square bishop, I just simply put my bishop on e6, cover everything, king to g8, queen d7, I have absolutely no problems. In fact, strategically, if I manage to land the bishop on d5, you're the one in trouble as white. Your pawn structure is the bad one. So he's not going to go for this.
Yeah, of course. But this is.
But it's a
where-
very typical tactic.
Yeah,
very nice tactic.
It's a judgment because literally what I've done is I've taken the c3 pawn off the board and I've taken the f7 pawn off the board. And I think for a lot of viewers in our audience would say, hey, look, the black's king is a little bit more exposed. Didn't I make a good trade? And that's where the judgment.
The problem
feeling
is
of
that we
judgment comes in.
exchanged too many pieces, and we exchanged not the right pieces. You would love to have the light square bishop as white, then you would create some serious threats against my king, but that's not the case anymore.
I gave it up, actually.
Yes. Yes.
And Cristian, I also have a question. So if we go back, and if I'm not a gifted tactician,
Okay.
and I just want to be
So much humbleness around the studio today after the rest day. I love it. Okay.
Hey,
and if I just want to, I think if I don't take that bishop either on b6.
Okay.
And I just want to finish development. What is a move like bishop d2? Does it do anything, or is it even like worsening my position because it's maybe blocking the opportunity of d4 and support of the queen?
That's one of the trade-offs, yes. That's one of the trade-offs that you will not be able to go d4. Where you can maybe even put the bishop better would be on e3, but that's another trade-off because you're going to exchange the bishops if black decides to do so. Now, at the same time, with the knight on c4 ready to go to e3, that's probably not a terrible trade for white either. So, yes, bishop to d2, a very typical move in this position. Again, what I would start with is the moves that I know I will need to make later on.
useful moves.
Which is h3 for sure.
To guard that
H3 in
g4
this
square.
position.
It's always
Take the
gonna be
g4, also make space for the king. Sometimes I even have ideas of exchanging the knights with knight to h2, knight to g4. And the thing is, sometimes players with the white pieces shy away from playing h3 with the king still in the center. Because if you play h3 with the king still in the center and the knight still on c6, I have ideas, as you guys were mentioning at the beginning of the show, how to play the Gioco Piano positions with h6 followed by g5. And if the rook is still on h8, maybe go to g8 with the rook. That would be problematic for the white king. But with the king already castled on g8, h3, no problem. That's the move I'm expecting from Fabiano.
A very useful move indeed. Yeah, it's wow.
Round 9.
Should we take a look at the standings right now?
Let's take a look.
All right.
So in the open section, Fabiano Caruana is in leading position with 5 points, but Awonder Liang is right behind him with 4.5 points. So a very important game of today. If Awonder wins, he can be the sole leader of the event. Very important game.
Yeah, that's why that game is so crucial to the standings. I wanted to jump to the game of Carissa for a moment because, after all, this is the Carissa Yip show. She took over literally from day one when winning 8 U.S. championship games in a row, and we know how difficult it is to win a single game. Ask Leinier Dominguez, ask Grigoriy how difficult it is to win a single game. Winning 8 in a row, wow. And now we're talking about the Bobby Fischer Prize. Let's pick up the action in the Carissa Yip game because it is a Joko piano, and the players are following these very critical patterns that have made the Joko piano such a favorite as it is today. B2B4, remember I was saying...
Carissa is getting ready to attack on the queen side if black is going to castle on the long side.
Exactly, but this pin is so irritating that Megan said, you know what? I'm going to play G7, G5, Bishop G3. Now, we have seen numerous games where black has been provoked into playing H6, G5, and then suddenly they're overextended. Before you know it, B5 comes too fast, and I get counterplay on the queen side before you're able to play rook to... It's laborious. You want to go rook to G8. You want to go H5, G4, and slowly. Megan took it in a completely different approach. She said, okay, my pawn's on G5, my pawn shield's a little bit far from my king. Normally the pawn will be on G7, but it's up to you. Prove that the pawn is weak here.
I mean, she also, like Carissa posed a question after Bishop G3. Are you going to castle on the long side or on the short side? The king doesn't look extremely safe on either side.
No.
But the queen side, I mean, this B5 is coming. I'm breaking the pawns. I'm opening the
That's
B
too
file.
much.
So you do not want to leave your king in the center. So you do
Exactly.
castle on the short side. But as you are saying, the pawn is a little too advanced here.
Right. But then the thing is, Viktor Korchnoi, these wise words ripple in my mind, and they say a weakness is only a weakness if it can be attacked. Now, if white hadn't castled, then the move H2, H4 is a rather natural move. You want to attack the pawn on G5. Now that you have castled,
You also have to be a little careful about what you do on the king side.
Exactly. You don't want to expose your king. So big challenges taking place between these two. And I'm going to turn things over to Cristian and just ask him, I have a feeling we're still in theory. I just don't know how many games from this exact position, or are we in it?
Let's take a look. Yes, apparently there's still some games, even in this position. Okay. Rook to E1 was played 3 times, and B5 to continue attacking that knight and try to displace the pieces on the queen side for black was played twice. So, but right now I'm looking at the time expenditure also, and Carissa does seem to be much more aware of what to do. Also, look, whenever I see H6, G5 and a king on G8, I get a bit worried for that king. I understand the trade-off is clear. You're really focusing on limiting the action of my bishop on G3, right? It's completely out of play right now.
Quickly played
B5,
by the way.
Yes, B5 was played. Don't take on B5 because that's going to mean your bishop is also going to be quite in a perilous position in that position. So for example, take, and you go knight to D8, I can already go B6 in this one. That forces
a nice
you to take
positional
with,
sacrifice.
Right.
Exactly, and the bishop is going to be completely dead right now. So you have to keep the pawn on A6, you have to go knight to D8 or knight to A5. The problem is, and I've analyzed this type of structures quite a lot, whenever you put your knight on A5, you don't know when it's coming back, is the problem.
It's a one-way ticket?
It's sometimes a one-way ticket because you take, and then I go C4. How do you get it back? You go B6, knight to B7. That's not really good, especially with the bishop on A7. So I would be very reluctant to go knight to A5. I would put my knight on D8, and very often, to be honest, especially with this structure, the knight on D8 is a good piece because you're waiting for white to take on E6. Maybe you will take yourself on C4, and then the knight will land on E6, which is a tremendous position for the knight because you're also looking at the F4 square. So that's my guess. I think she's going to go for knight to D8. She has not played yet, but that is the best move in the position.
If you don't mind, just continuing what you would expect is the best moves. Knight d8 looks forced, actually,
Yes.
to my eyes. Are you playing
By the
rook
way,
e1?
even knight to b8 sometimes
Really?
you can play. Yes, knight to b8 followed by knight to d7. But knight to d8 should be the natural, let's say, inclination in this.
I like the knight d8 because then you want to go to e6 and to f4.
That's right.
Of course.
That's right. That is the main plan.
And
that is the main plan.
if we continued for a moment, rook e1, ideas of d4.
I do think we have a move. Knight to b8 she played. Okay.
Okay, that was the third consideration. Knight a5, knight d8.
Knight a5 again. It's really dangerous to put it on a5.
Still theory, knight b8?
No,
Sorry.
this was not played.
So now knight b8 we play because we want to go to d7 and c5.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Maybe even d7 followed by knight h5 and then the other knight comes to f6. That's another way to continue this type of position. But yeah, not a bad move by any means.
And again, for Carissa, if I'm in Carissa's shoes, I like my position, don't get me wrong, everything's fine. But I do have a long-term concern that, well, my bishop on g3 is kind of
That is
stuck.
the big problem, yes.
And I would love to play d4, but because of the pressure on e4, the knight especially, I would love to play d4. I need to prepare it. So for me, the move rook e1 comes very naturally, knight to d7, I suppose.
Yes.
d4. Now you have to, when I play the move d4, it might become with a kind of a pawn sacrifice. I'm not 100% sure if you're going to play g4 or not.
I think g4 there is d5.
There's d5. I probably could even sneak in this point, this move as well, d takes e5. But my point nonetheless remains that what I really want to do is basically give my bishop a little bit more scope, right? And in this case, I probably have to take with the knight. But again, I'm a little bit fearful that my bishop could become a passive piece, and so I want to liberate it with the move rook e1 and d4. Certainly, this will keep an eye on this one.
Let's go to the game of Ray Robson against Wesley
Let's
So.
do it.
A lot of pieces got traded here, but Wesley is still in his theory. He is gaining time on his clock.
Oh my goodness! We're used to seeing Ray. Oh yeah. Actually, this is a.
This is the Dubov Tarash.
This is
Very well known.
A position that's very familiar with me from Hikaru Khan. You get the exact. It's a transposition from Hikaru Khan.
To Tarash.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember losing a key game to Dr. John Nunn. He outplayed me brilliantly well in this variation. Sadly,
So what's happening here?
I made it in his best games book. No!
Consolation prize.
It wasn't much of a consolation. He wins the game, he writes the book, and he gets lots and lots of royalties from the win. I mean, like, it's all terrible. Okay.
Did he send you the book at least?
Yeah, I got a notarized copy. I mean, come on. I mean, I put it on eBay. I couldn't flog it or anything. It's terrible. Takes on f6. Black's a pawn down, but from Wesley's point of view, he's thinking,
he has a
look,
bishop, right?
Yeah, I'm ready to play bishop here. That's going to make it very awkward, tricky for white to ever challenge the d file. And once I play bishop there, I could take the knight and plant my rook on d2. Easy draw. What can white do to avoid that?
Well, I can
happening?
attack the pawn on c6,
How
right?
so?
Maybe rook fc1.
Okay.
But I feel like I'm inviting you only to advance your pawn.
You're absolutely right. You're forcing me to play a move that I actually like to get in. I mean, if your pawn were on a5, it'd be a different story. Maybe after, you could sacrifice a piece somehow, be very clever about it. But with the pawn on a2, well, bishop e6. It's going to be very hard for Ray to prove his advantage in this one. But Cristian, you got our marquee matchup.
Yes, and
Awonder.
there are some news because after a very long thing, Fabiano finally made a decision, and I'm checking through the lines. It's not a great decision. He played the move d4
Wait a minute.
immediately without.
My
No, no. Terrible idea. This is a terrible idea.
Okay.
This is your
Right.
take,
Bishop takes
bishop takes
F7
f7.
business.
Tactically acute
Thank you.
way of dealing with the position.
Well put.
It's not great. It's not great. So what I do think that he wants is to take on b6 and in fact take with the queen on d4 to defend the pawn on e4. But now once again, tactics galore in the position. What do you do after bishop to g4? And this was the problem, and this was the one that you were trying to avoid by playing the move h3 first. And then you can go d4 and try this type of ideas. But now after bishop to g4, you're kind of in a pickle. If you go backwards to d2, then I go c5, and then I follow up no matter where you put the queen. It's all about not me as white being able to play the move e5, d3 or e3, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to go d5. And now you're in a big trouble situation. You cannot take, obviously. You cannot go e5. I have a couple of threats in the position, taking on e4 as well as c4. This is just simply not looking good for white. You have to hold on maybe with queen to g3, but it's not what you want.
And what if I want to be a little brave? After bishop g4 to go knight g5?
Right, knight
That's
d2
probably
is a
what you have to do.
non-starter.
Yes.
Yes, a
That is
non-starter.
probably what you have to do. And my guess is that this is his analysis in his mind. That's
Right.
what he's thinking of right now. But the big question is, what do you do after d5? That shuts down your attack on f7.
Right.
Your knight on g5 is now a bit stranded. You cannot touch that pawn on d5 anytime soon because of the rook on e1. I do have a big threat in the position, and that is c5. c5, h6 as well, asking where the knight is going. Your pieces are just simply not very well coordinated.
So if I attack your bishop, h3,
h3, yes.
Let's go.
Maybe this is the move that he missed.
okay.
Maybe this is the move that he missed. Bishop to f5, increasing the pressure on e4. Again, it's all about you not being able to take either d5 or e5 because your rook on e1 is... And I was telling you guys, I really like this move, rook to e8.
Right.
It's a simple looking move. It's a very typical move, but it creates a special tension in the position, especially in this piece configuration. We know the Gioco Piano. You can see so many different positions, right?
Right, the
Different
pattern.
types of position, the knight on g6, knight on c6, pawn on a6, a5, and so on and so forth. But in this particular configuration, the rook on e8 is very powerful. So if Awonder follows up with the moves that I just showed you,
Testing.
maybe he's even better. Early on, this is very early stages. Again, we've been talking about how good Awonder is in this competition, especially with the black pieces.
Yeah.
That's at least from an outsider's perspective, that was my opinion. With the black pieces, he's been really, really good.
Well, the moves e5 takes d4 and bishop g4 come very natural.
They're pretty
to the
natural,
black.
yes.
I mean, the rook on e8, the last move, rook e8, was strangely enough designed to stop d4, and it was a gauntlet that maybe Fabi should not have challenged. Times of these two players, by the way.
So
Kate?
Fabi has 1 hour 9 minutes, Awonder 1 hour 15 minutes. A little bit advantage, but they're still doing okay, both of them.
Yeah, I was once again just make mention of the fact that Awonder has been playing the game has been playing his games very quickly. He's been staying ahead on the clock. Is it that time of the show where we like to look at the Ben Underwood's statistical models and to see if Cristian was right? Do the stats support him in thinking that Carissa has a 20% chance of winning the Bobby Fischer
No, I
prize?
said more.
More, yes, excuse me.
I said more than 50%.
More than 50%.
Yes.
Well, let's just start with the pie charts and who is going to win the competitions. Let's start with the open section.
So after round 5, it is Fabiano Caruana who is leading with his chances to win the tournament, 73.9%. And again, this is based on 15,000 tournament simulations. Hans Niemann second, but only with 8.2%. Now after round 6 we're gonna move,
yeah.
and we see Awonder Liang slowly getting, now he's third, but still only 3%, not many chances. It is Fabiano who is leading with 81.2%.
Exactly. Then after 7.
Awonder is increasing his chances, 11.5. Nothing much changed in Fabiano's score.
But literally everybody else is going down by fractions. Round 8. Bobby, 84%. Now, you see, I wouldn't have given him such a high 84 because Awonder Liang is playing him today. And that pie chart could look a whole lot different.
If Awonder wins.
Exactly. How about for the ladies? Tell us who's going to win the tournament. I'm going to go with Carissa.
I mean, Carissa, after round 5, when she had 5 out of 5, she had 76.9%, which we kind of questioned because it was very similar to Fabiano Caruana's score.
Right.
Although her performance was much better. Alice Lee clear second with 8%. And then we had Tatev Abrahamian, who was having a great tournament with 5.8%. But if we go to round 6,
let's see, it's going.
We see Carissa is slightly increasing, clear second. Alice Lee with 8.5%. Again, it's very clear here who is leading the tournament. Carissa, who had 6 out of 6. And if we go to the round 7,
right.
Begim, I mean,
wow.
Okay, so 98.5%.
Wow. Okay, but then the really big question is Carissa's chances of winning
the Bobby
Fischer prize. Now, the crazy part, round
By the way,
8.
it's after round 8.
You can hardly see that this is...
That's Begim right there.
That's total purple. Statistically speaking, can she go 11 out of 11? And in the simulations, the results are what?
Also, I do feel like this is wrong for the simple fact that Alice still is within 3 points from Carissa. And if she wins all of them and then Carissa loses all of them, including the one in the 11th round.
But I don't feel like that's
they go into a
statistically
tiebreaks.
very unlikely.
But not zero. Not zero.
Not
It's
zero.
0.000 whatever. You come up with that.
I thought that we had a stat to say what the Bobby Fischer chance was. I think it was gone up to 13%.
Where do you think it is? 13.
13.
That's a very specific number.
That's what I had in mind.
Okay.
But that was...
Kate?
I would think it's like 25%, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say it's around 50%. That's my guess.
50%.
I would put it as high.
I'm the under on this one. You guys are the over. We reached that stage in our broadcast where, well, the fastest hour in television went like that. We want to check in with our good friends at Q Boutique and see what's on special. Well, here it is. You've got to learn how to channel your inner risk taker with our 2024 U.S. Championships long sleeve polo. It is of limited availability and features the tournament logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. Take on the competition in bold style and find your inner tiger. That's not there.
Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
Thank you very much. I need all the help I can get.
Guys, after the break, we're going to have a special invite into the studio here with us.
Okay.
Hikaru Nakamura will be with us, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
And what about you?
But as we go to break,
right.
Anastasiya asked the men how they prepare for a major tournament. So enjoy, and we will be right back.
You guys are crowding me. I'm the one who's going to throw it to break.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments or matches?
Trying to come up with some new ideas to play. Try to learn new things about the game is normally useful. And then trying to play some blitz just before the tournament. That's the goal, which is not always reachable because sometimes you cannot find players, but in St. Louis, there's abundance of players. So that's what I did yesterday.
Yeah, very often a lot of these tournaments are back-to-back. So you're kind of coming from the preparation of the last tournament and then going into the next one. Like very recently I played the Olympiad for the United States team. And then after that, I played an online event, and now it's soon after that. So a lot of this preparation is mixing over. And very often you're also playing against or even working with some of the same people. Like just at the Olympiad, I was working with Levon, with Wesley, with Ray, and Leinier, and on the same team. And now I have to play against them. So it's sometimes a bit tricky as well.
Preparing for tournaments is mainly, for me, it's about improving all areas of my game. So okay, like of course there's opening preparation, opponent-specific preparation, but even during the times when I'm not playing tournaments, I like to focus on all aspects of the game: calculation, positional play, end games, middle games, openings. Overall, just improving. And okay, the tournament is the place where you show how much progress you've made in these areas.
It's different for every tournament. Sometimes you have the list in advance, but I've played against these people so many times that I know the repertoire. So some players like to prepare with both colors against every opponent, but I don't know. At this tournament, I was just relaxing in New York. I've been playing a lot, so I'm just trying to relax, follow the tournaments. Nothing too serious, but it depends. I guess because it's my third year here, there's not as much pressure as previous years.
Well, it's pretty much the same. I think you look at your opponents, try to study their games, try to study the recent games. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I think different chess players prepare very differently. Some work a lot on openings, using engines. But I think I read a book by Vinik a long time ago, and he has a method of how to prepare for tournaments. I'm not sure if it's outdated or not, but he said you need good health, also need to study your opponents, know some recent games, and then know some end games, and also prepare some openings that you're going to use.
I don't really change that much from other tournaments. I try to be more specific, I guess, in opening preparation. But, tactics, end games, I still do all the regular things that I would do for other events as well.
I normally play this game Brawl Stars by Supercell. It's a smash hit game with over 80 unique characters, and it really helps me get in the zone. It's like a battle royale. There's like many different game modes. It's quite the game.
I guess it's about this. I mean, all my tournaments I play so few tournaments, every one is important. So it's just the same as usual. I mean, you're kind of always trying to look at chess in general, even if you're not playing immediately anything coming up. So, and then with the tournament coming, I guess maybe you try to prepare more specifically. Obviously, it's tough when you don't know the colors in advance. But I think usually people try to choose like what openings they're going to play and review them. But yeah, I'm not a great person. I'm not an organized person, so my preparation is very scattered.
Well, the main thing for me is to try to get some practical training. So it's playing some training games, so rapid or blitz games, or trying to solve some exercises, like basically trying to replicate a bit what you will find in the game. And then of course you try to be well prepared, especially when you play this kind of strong tournaments where all the guys are incredibly well prepared, and you try to check your opponents and try to be well prepared, especially with black. I think that's usually what I do. Sometimes I also pay attention to my physical preparation and so on, but not some. I mean, I like sports quite a lot. Just even if I wouldn't play chess, I do play some tennis, and I think I use it for the chess for sure.
Mostly I just try to stay in good shape, physically, mentally, emotionally. I mean, I used to do more opening work than I do, but now that theory has developed so far, I just think I'm generally well prepared. I just want to make sure I'm coming in with maximum energy, making sure to do a lot of exercise. Yesterday I went for a 20-mile bike ride, so just hope that I'm ready to play.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. with 960 different variations. Even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. It's round 9, and we have a very special guest here in the studio, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Welcome here.
It's good to be here. It's my first time being in the studio, so it's quite nice. I mean, it's a far cry if I think back to 2009, the commentators in the basement at the chess club. I mean, to see the quality, the way that it's changed over the years, it's quite impressive.
It has been an evolution. Welcome, Hikaru.
It's good to be here.
We miss you in the tournament. Why aren't you playing?
Yeah, so I actually was playing a tournament in London, the Global Chess League, which conflicted with this event.
Right.
I believe it ended on the day of the first round or the second round. And it was a very exciting, unique format for an event. It was a team event. And I just wanted to try something different, frankly. And also what I would say is that having won this tournament 5 times and considering where my goals are in relation to professional chess, it didn't really make sense. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Global League, how did your team play? How did you finish?
Yeah, I mean, I think team events can be great or horrible. I think if you look at the Chess Olympiad, for example, I think it was a very tough event for the American team.
Yes.
Fabiano had a great event. Levon played some very inspiring chess, but unfortunately, in some critical rounds, Wesley lost his game to Ivanchuk, and Ray, I think, also lost a game in one of the critical matches. So, even though 2 players had a great event, the team, I guess they still got silver, so it was okay, but it certainly felt like it was disappointing. And then, if I look at the Global Chess League, I actually had a very good event. I think I went +2 in the rapid portion against Magnus, Vichy, Anish, MVL, and Alireza. But the rest of the team struggled in some critical matches. So we didn't do as well as we would have liked to have done.
Hikaru, watching the Olympiad with this new challenge, rising India, of course, do you feel like you're going to come back to the Olympic team anytime soon, maybe in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. I think for myself, when I look at the Olympiads I played in 2006 in Turin, Italy, and 2008 in Dresden, Germany, those were probably my 2 favorites for quite a few reasons. First of all, it felt like there was a very big team spirit. The players were a lot closer. I don't know if Yasser was in Turin, but there was a critical round where on the rest day, I think Alexander Onishuk went out and bought all of us these orange ties, which he wore to also support Bessel, who was running repeating president at the time.
Right, I was supporting Bessel.
And those sorts of memories, it doesn't happen as much. I mean, that's not to say that it's still not a lot of fun trying to compete for the gold medals. But, we'll see. And also the locations there in Western Europe, in Germany and Italy, I really enjoyed that versus, say, the later Olympiads I played in. For example, in Khanty-Mansiysk in Russia wasn't my favorite one.
Right.
And then, Norway or Batumi, I mean, they're completely fine, but those early ones were great. And the location plays a role, too. I think if you were asking me right now, it's in Almaty. It's going to be in Kazakhstan, either Almaty or Samarkand.
Right.
So we'll see. I mean, if you were to ask me about Olympiad, though, I might consider 2028, which will be in Dubai. That, I think, if I were to look at my chess career, could sort of be a final event, perhaps. But that's a long ways off, so we'll just have to wait and see.
You're in town because of the Fischer Chess 9LX, Fischer Random. You're going to play. How do you like Fischer Random?
Yeah, it's a very exciting time. First of all, there's the Fischer Random events here in St. Louis. There's also a group in Germany that's trying to organize some events as well with Magnus and myself. So it's a lot of fun. I think being able to simply play chess and start from fresh at the beginning, it's very unique. I think there are pluses and minuses. The plus is you just show up and play. The downside, of course, is that it takes away the preparation element, and I know there's been some discussion about certain players and their lack of talent, shall we say. And I think that my argument would be that everybody has access to the same resource. So, if some players prepare better than others, that is a skill. So there are pluses and minuses both ways, but for me, it's always a lot of fun. And getting the chance to play against Gary is always very, very special. So it should be really exciting. And also, I think, was it last year? I think Sam Sevian, who probably was not expected to win, he actually won the Fischer Random event. So it'll be a great show.
As well.
Yeah.
Impressively as well. This year's U.S. Championship, Carissa Yip, she took over our show.
Yeah, I think when I look at Carissa's performance over the last 2 years, she's clearly figured out a couple of things that work very well in this event. She moves very, very fast. She's playing a lot of very double-edged positions. And my general takeaway is that most of the other players in the women's section, they're struggling a lot to deal with that. Deal with it psychologically when your opponent's moving very quickly. They struggle, like in my wife's game 2 days ago.
Right.
She was down, I think, an hour on the clock on move 13. And if I look at her game against against Nazi Paikidze, for example. Also felt like Nazi, she suddenly went crazy, sacked a piece, went for these massive complications in a situation where it was unnecessary. So Carissa, I think, is putting a lot of pressure on her opponents. And it's very impressive also because I arrived last night, and when I was going out to get some food in the evening, I saw Carissa, Jennifer, and Awonder just sitting in the lobby doing homework.
She's been doing that every single day.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, it's very remarkable that she's able to combine both and do very well. I also think at the same time, for me, it's a little bit disappointing because I think back to when I was a little bit younger, and this is not something new where some of the juniors are playing and focusing on schoolwork versus solely focusing on the tournament. I find it a little bit sad. Obviously, for Chris, it's not affecting her performance, but certainly it would be nice if they could pursue chess full time.
Do you think she will pursue chess full time? Now that with all these incentives, you have the Karen's Queen's Award, $100,000 if she makes the GM title, of course, $64,000 if she wins the Bobby Fischer Prize. Do you think all these successes will play into her maybe continuing with chess?
Yeah, I think it's certainly an incentive to try and continue playing on a professional level. I mean, I think she's third year maybe or fourth year. I assume she's going to finish her studies. First, I think she's going to, is it Stanford? Yeah, she's going to one of the top schools in the country. So I expect her to finish her studies, and then we'll see. I mean, I would certainly hope that she takes a year or two to try and pursue chess professionally. I think that there's a very limited window of time where you can keep improving. So I hope she does it. Whether she does or does not remains to be seen. Obviously, I mean, from a financial end, I have no doubt that going to Stanford, there probably are a lot of opportunities with startups which have far higher incentives potentially down the road. But I would hope that she takes a year or two and tries to see how good she can become.
And Hikaru, you like playing chess, playing tournaments, but you really enjoy doing like online stuff, streaming. What do you like the most about content creation in the chess world?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing I like the most is that it's far less stressful than competing. I think, you know, I walked to the club with my wife before the game earlier, and the one thing that really stood out to me, with the exception of Levon, who's always very, very chill, is that everybody looks somewhat stressed. Like I saw Anna, she was very serious. She had a bit of a frown on her face. Jennifer also looked very serious, and I mean, I think the stress that goes into competition, it's really a lot of people don't understand how difficult it is to play in these tournaments, and how ultimately a lot of games come down to one mistake. I think, you know, if I look at Carissa's event, even she's having the best event, perfect score, 8 out of 8. But even in her games, in critical moments, like in 2 or 3 of those games, her opponents find a move. She could have lost those games, and it's a completely different story. So for me, the lack of stress and just doing something that's really enjoyable is very nice. That's probably what I enjoy the most, more so than anything else. But obviously, at the same time, when I see these games, sometimes, you know, I wish I could jump in and play. So it is a bit of a catch-22.
Look, there's no way we're letting you get away here, Hikaru. The commentator's job is very stressful. So you can take over. You can take over for a moment. I'm going to draw you to the game of Carissa versus Megan. We're going to catch up with the players. Obviously you recognize where we're coming from here. Joko piano with knight b8, knight d7, d4. Captures on d4. Okay, that's interesting. Knight takes d4. Break it down for us. How is Carissa doing, and what do you like and dislike about this position? How do you
on
evaluate
first
it?
glance, it's a great position that she has. First of all, because if you look at the tournament situation, she is trying to go for the perfect score, 11 out of 11. So it's a very double-edged position again. Like with every position in chess, I suspect that black is completely fine here, but I look at the time situation. Megan's already down about 12 minutes on the clock, and I don't see something immediately concrete. If I had to guess, I'm thinking that black should probably trade on d4, trade on a1, and I feel like there's probably some way to equalize here. Maybe takes bishop c4 and something like knight h5 perhaps. But honestly, I'm loving Carissa's position because it looks really straightforward in terms of how to play. I mean, white doesn't have a lot of options here. Like if you can get f3 and knight e3, for example, white's just going to be winning the game immediately. So I suspect that black is okay here, but I think that Megan's going to have to use a lot of time, and everything in this position is in Carissa's favor. She's going to have great chances, I think, to win this game.
Before we let you go, quick question. If you were a betting man, Carissa's chances of going 11-0, statistically, right now, she's got to win her three games on demand. She can do it. Obviously, she's already won 8, but how would you
I think
scale it?
I'm basically, I think it all comes down to her game tomorrow, effectively. If you're looking at the odds, I mean, it depends on whether Anna is able to play something solid and Carissa goes crazy and tries really hard to win and makes a blunder. But I think right now it's probably still pretty low. I would say probably 20%.
Okay.
But if she wins today, it's, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I think I was actually very impressed by her game. Was it the second round against Irina or third round? Very early in the event, this Gingy opening.
Yes. The night before move.
Yeah, I mean, the way that she was, of course she missed some chances to win earlier, but the way that she was able to keep the game going, keep pressure on both the board and the clock, and then win that at the end against Irina, she's going to have to do something very similar, I feel like, tomorrow in order to have a shot at 11 out of 11. So I think it's still pretty unlikely, but I mean, we'll see, obviously.
Hikaru, congratulations on everything you're doing online. You really are doing tremendous things for the world of chess, getting us front page news. Keep up all the good work. Thank you for visiting us, and feel free to drop in anytime you like. Our door is open.
I would love to, but today's the only day that I'm not actually going to have to be streaming. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm obviously busy, so that's why I thought it'd be a great opportunity. I think the one last thing that I would say is, of course, not to like dox the location we're at, but certainly in St. Louis, I've been playing here for so many years, and it's pretty close by. In 2009, I remember the first year I played, and I think on the final rest day, I actually went to the Dillard store over at the Galleria, and I bought a special shirt and a tie that I wore. I think I wore it here. I wore it also when I played in San Sebastian later in the year, and just a lot of memories. And I think to see how far chess has come from when I played in 2009 in the U.S. Championship to today, it's really, really amazing to see all the great things that have happened here, thanks to Rex and Jeannie.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hikaru.
Thank you, Hikaru. Thanks for
Our
joining.
current standings as we are in round 9. And let's take a look at the ladies first.
Yes, it's Carissa Yip. Everything about her, 8 out of 8, fantastic performance. Only looking if she can make 11 wins. Clear second, also a very good tournament. Begim Togir-Janova, 5.5 points. Clear third, honestly, with an important win yesterday at 5 points. And then there's a two-way tie for a fourth place, Megan Lee and Tatev Abrahamian with 4.5 points.
And in the open event, the standings there, because it's so critical for today's game.
Here is Fabiano Caruana, who is clear first with 5 points, but Awonder Liang, who is tied with Hans Niemann for the second place, is challenging Fabiano today. So Awonder may try to push for win to get that clear first. And then there is a three-way tie for the fourth place. Ray Robson, Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian all having 4 points.
Wonderful. As we pick up the action, Cristian, I'm going to toss it over to you with a simple request. What's going on?
Breaking news, guys. Sam Sevian and Hikaru talked about him as well, winning the Chess 9LX last year. He's definitely in great shape, and he's proving it right now in this competition as well. He's facing Leinier, Dominguez, and look, the position is tough for black. You see this pawn storm coming down the board. G5, Rook H3, Queen H5. You sense a checkmate come along, and then you want to match that. How would you do that? Well, Leinier's response was F5.
Ooh.
But this is a really bad move. Whoa. Really bad move. Because
it looks very risky.
It's super risky, but it's also just simply bad. Okay. I will explain to you why. Once you take, and now you just simply push G5, the knights no longer have any squares to go to. No knight to F6, no knight to E5, and guess what's coming?
Rook H7.
Rook H3, let's play some moves, right? Rook to E8, Rook to H3. Let's say you forget about everything. You try to match my bishop on this diagonal. Check. King H8, nothing is happening. I'm not getting checkmated, right? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Rook takes H7 followed by Queen to H5. That's a checkmate in 2 moves, and this is a very typical pattern. That's going to come on the board. You're going to have to address this, right? And you don't really want to play the move G6 whenever these type of things happen in the position, because that opens up this other diagonal on which you're going to get checkmated. This one is looking really rough right now for Leinier. If Sam plays E takes F5, it makes a lot of sense. You're opening up your light square bishop, right? And then G5. Critical moment right now, Sam Sevian with a golden opportunity to take down Leinier Dominguez in this one.
Wow, absolutely. Also, I just wanted to go over to the game of Ray Robson for just a moment. I haven't seen Ray, but when I last looked, it seemed to me that he was really down on the clock He's up.
Which is no news in a race game.
It's not breaking news, that is for sure. Let's go back to the position. Remember, you had even remarked yourself like you would like to play the move Rook C1 and basically provoke Black to play a move that he wants to play, C6, C5. Well, Wesley had a different idea. Same thing. The Rook cannot capture on C6 because of bishop takes B3.
There's
Simply
a pin
put,
on the pawn.
there's a pin. King F1.
That's actually a nice idea. So you are bringing the king to the center so that knight can jump to D2 square.
Yes. And so then the immediate thought I had is if what if I was trying to be, robot and just try to force a draw. The king actually does protect the pawn, and maybe on a good day, I can kick your rook out of the second rank.
And white is a pawn up, so white is
moment.
going to try to play for the win.
Absolutely.
By the way, in the current position, when we get there.
Yep. So what happened was Wesley decided not to play c5. After king f1, he said, okay, post up with the rook, and maybe I'm threatening to play the move rook a8, right? Mm-hmm. King e1, rook a8, rook c3. Finally defending the knight, but inviting rook takes a2.
By the way, when we look at the clock right now, Wesley is 1 hour up. Ray Robson only 30 minutes, and Wesley is 1 hour 32 minutes. So Wesley actually gained 2 minutes during his game.
Wow. I don't see the problem. Rook takes a2, rook takes a2, rook takes a2. White might start thinking, how should I best...
It's going to be black who has extra pawn.
Yeah. How should I best equalize?
So maybe knight d4?
Exactly, knight d4. And maybe we can equalize from here. But I don't see any problems for Wesley whatsoever in this one. And as you said, time is also a factor. The marquee matchup between Fabi and Awonder, dare I say it?
No, don't say it. Do not say it.
These guys are good.
Do not say it.
Wow, I can't believe it.
I cannot believe he went into your line, Yasser. This is terrible. So he did go for your line. Congratulations, you got one right. That's a good one. Knight takes e4, bishop takes f7, followed by rook takes e4. Acute tactics in the position. And rook takes e4 came very quickly by Awonder. But a much better move would have been h6.
h6, what you showed us.
Yes. And I will tell you in just a second why. For example, after h6 takes take, how do you get this knight to c3? To control d5, you really need to control that square. Because bishop e6, bishop d5 is coming, and you're in trouble with that bishop in the center of the board. So this would have been a much better version for black. What he did, look, we understand, rook takes e4, you somehow play it automatically, right? You don't even think about h6 if you don't spend too much time on it.
Right.
Rook takes e4, knight to g5, king to g8, knight takes e4, queen to e7, knight to c3, much better square than on f3. Yes. Queen to f7, this is the position we currently have. And at least right now, with the knight on c3, controlling d5, defending the pawn on a2, maybe even looking at ideas of knight to b5 to keep an eye on your pawn structure. But another important motif in this position is that I will need to control your light squares. And a good way to do so is by playing this move f3, controlling all these important g4, e4, the d5. Even if you try to put the bishop on c6, that's not going to help you much in the position. So in fact, f3 followed by bishop to e3, bishop f2, sometimes it's a very good configuration for white's pieces. Much improved version for Fabi, still not more than equality, I would say. Awonder can be very happy with the outcome of the opening.
You know, I would think that black is starting to feel a little bit better here because of that isolated pawn.
That's right, yeah.
What white has, I mean, for this disadvantage.
Yeah, and it would have been much worse with the knight on f3.
Right.
Yes. With the knight on c3, I think Fabi's somewhat still relaxed. Like he doesn't feel he's in too much danger right now. It's very difficult to get to my weaknesses. I understand I do have this pawn on d4. But you will have some difficulties along the way also with the black pieces, especially imagine this. Get the rook on c1 and start looking at knight to b5, putting pressure on those pawns. So still not over, but Awonder should definitely be happy with the outcome of the opening. And we do have a move, d5. Huge
Ambitious
decision. Oh my goodness.
Ambitious.
Very ambitious. And this is something that Hikaru was also mentioning in the break before we went on. What is Fabi actually playing for in this line? Is he trying to take risks? Is he trying to make a draw and win the tournament? That's how he framed it. Because obviously if you make a draw against your nearest competitor with only 2 rounds to go, you're in a great position to win the event. So we still don't know exactly what Fabi is playing for. Very ambitious, could potentially be trouble later on in the game because you're creating a weakness and you're also giving me this beautiful square for the knight coming to e5. So interesting position right now, but I have to say Awonder is looking good so far.
Thank you, Cristian. I'd like to turn our attention to the ladies' game. I would go to Jennifer's game, but first I want to go to the game of Carissa and Begim because when we had our special guest Hikaru on set, he was mentioning, with great understanding, there's an f5 square. Right. I've always had this propensity of over-evaluating a knight on f5. Why? Because a knight on f5 that's untouchable, you can't push it away with g6 or e6, tends to get me checkmated. I mean, so I'm looking, and Hikaru mentioned it, if you can play f3 and knight f5, essentially, as he put it, game over.
But you know, can I start trapping the queen, like rook e8, if I go knight f5?
Right.
And if you go queen f8, I'm going to start taking knight c takes d6.
Let's have a look-see. Knight on c takes d6.
And if you recapture with the pawn, I'm going to recapture with the bishop.
Right.
And your queen is trapped. You're going to have to give your rook.
I have one tricky.
No, please no, bishop takes f2.
Yeah. I was just saying, do I have some tricky based on bishop takes f2 or not? Eyes closed? Can I just take a look?
I mean, here you have to be careful for me capturing on a7, no?
Yes, I do. I don't know what I can do about that, though. That looks really good. No, seriously. If I have to start with bishop f2, I really don't believe it at all. Knight takes e4 has a real nasty answer. Simple chess.
Just capturing that knight, so it's not bothering me.
So knight c takes... What can I do? Bishop takes f2? I don't see how that helps. I think Megan may have overlooked
is not
this.
Screaming that it's better for white, so probably black has a response there, but it doesn't look so clear how to respond.
I mean, yeah, if I have to do this, I just snaggled what I would think is a very important pawn. I think Carissa is doing great in this one. Again, the fight for second place is really intense. Irina and Begim, Jennifer and Tatev. Let's go to the game of Jennifer, you for just a moment, because Tatev is also
she's
in that mix, right?
Try to get that World Cup spot.
Exactly. So we left it. We've seen the move b2, b3, bishop b2, queen c2, castles. Now, I want to give Shahryar Mamedov a lot of credit here. I was watching his games, and he and Nepo, they were putting their queen on c2, and they were going g4, and they were clobbering their
because rook g1 is coming, the bishop on b2 is really nicely placed to support the rook and target the g7 square.
Exactly. Jennifer took a different route. She, after castle, she took and went knight g5. Now, Frank J. Marshall would be the first to tell you, I have a big threat. I want to play knight takes d5, and bishop takes f6, and queen takes h7. He forever was playing knight g5 and h4, and I tell you, he bought a building in New York with his attacks. G7, G6, H2, H4.
I really like this H4 move.
You do.
White is not wasting time canceling and is ready to attack with H5 on the king side.
Well, guess what? I think we are up to date with the players at this moment. Having said A, should we say B and C?
Because if you capture with the knight, yes, I can be thinking about, yeah, no, actually I just capture that knight. Because you can recapture, there's a checkmate on h7.
Exactly. And why is this game so important to the two contestants? Well, let's have a look at and see why.
So Tatev Abrahamian is tied for 4th place with 4.5 points, and Jennifer Yu is so far 7th with 3.5 points. So if she wins, she can match with Tatev and tie for the 4th place.
Exactly. And in the position after the move h4, h5, my immediate thought is that if Jennifer gets to play h takes g6, forces open the h line, you were mentioning this bishop on b2, that is a missile.
Because there's knight takes d5 immediately,
exactly. Right? I mean, we don't have to be tactically gifted in this particular case, because we know these patterns so well. They're hardwired into
it. It just looks like black minor pieces, they're away. They're not really guarding the king.
Yeah.
We have the knight on g5 there, the rook on the open file, queen, bishop.
Right. And again, these sacrifices, I mean, we're just, we're killing machines. We're used to seeing these types of tactics. And
we can capture it even with the rook.
Right.
We just need to crash the king side.
And that's what Jennifer's thinking as well.
I mean, how do you want to be defending after h5?
I don't want to be defending this position. Like I might play bishop to d4 and look away, but I know all I'm doing is provoking you into playing f4. I know the position is really difficult. I want to go to the game of Begim. Because again, she comes into today's competition. We saw a pie chart that looked all purple, but there was this incredibly slim sliver.
0.1.
Yeah, Begim would need to win all 3 of her games. Carissa would need to lose 3 in a row to make it a competition for the first place. I think for Begim, it's all about getting the 2nd place. This current position, I really don't like what Begim did. She just went bishop to d2, knight e7. I've been playing these positions all my life, and in these cases, it's all about b4 and b5. She played bishop d2, and I really didn't like this decision either. Okay, I understand that you don't like bishop takes, c6, bishop a6.
Not allowing you to retreat with that bishop back to g2.
Right. If your pawn had been on b4, you might be thinking about such a capture because you have a b5 liberating. But I really don't like what Begim did, which is, did you hear the crying of the bishop the moment we
But wait,
recaptured?
Begim is black.
Begim, oh, excuse me, I've got it wrong. Irina. The crying of Irina's bishop on g2 just said, "What are you doing?"
Yes, I don't know how many people talk to their pieces.
We all do. The top guys, they all do. I don't like taking on e4 in this fashion as Irina has done.
But aren't you stopping some f5 advances? So it's like a defensive move, and now you can focus on your queen side with pushing b4, knight c3.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. Is it's a defensive reaction. So white is seizing the defensive, and I don't.
Because the question
like
is, if
it.
we move back.
Oh, sorry. Which way?
If you don't go knight e4, no. Let's just. What I want to say with knight e7. Black wishes to play d5, right? c6, d5?
Or, yes, wishes to play, to prepare c6, d5, yes.
So I think knight e4 is a way to stop that in a way. Because I'm trading the knight and I'm putting more pressure on that d5 square, not allowing you to proceed with this plan.
Right.
But I understand what you mean. It is blocking the bishop. I have to say I'm not super familiar with these positions for white.
Right. Again, if I'm putting my bishop on d2, and if you play c6, at least my bishop on d2 will be hitting your a5 pawn. Like, for example, let me just throw a move out there, king h2. Not a good move, not a bad move. Let's just see how it would go, for example, after f3.
Okay, bishop e6?
If you wanted to play bishop f5 and provoke me to play e4, that is entirely up to you. And so I would play a position like this. let's say with d3, d4.
Okay, I capture that pawn.
Knight takes, yeah.
Yes.
And again, I'm not a big fan of the fact that my pawn is on f3. If my pawn was on f2, I'd feel a little bit better. Here, okay, I'm working. Bishop on d2. I think black has equalized, and I'm just saying that the current position for me, I would think is better for Begim, now that I know she's black.
And maybe let's take a look at the game of Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian, since we have Hikaru here. Or Cristian has some breaking news.
Well, I do think that we might see a result very soon, and that is in the game between Grigoriy Oparin and Sam Shankland, because it does seem like they're repeating the moves right now. So maybe we can bird's eye view on their game. Perhaps they will immediately call Chris Bird. I will show you the repetition in just a second, but let's take a look at whether the players are actually going into that or not. And Grigoriy is still perhaps pondering his last option, as we will see in just a second. After e5, take on e5, bishop to f4, queen to c5, bishop to e3, queen to e5. If you continue with bishop to f4, obviously the players will agree to a draw. You have one more option, and that is to go bishop to d4, but I don't think he's going to go.
He didn't play e5 with the idea of posting up his bishop on d4.
I don't think he's going to go for it. No, no, because bishop to d4, you go queen to b8, and now maybe you get some compensation. I mean, you get compensation after queen to g5, but you're not even regaining that pawn immediately. I can go rook to g8, and then you have to go bishop to e2, get it later on after bishop takes h5. Not an easy decision to make, especially with your clock dingling down. 40 minutes for white, an hour for Sam Shankland. I do think that we're going to see bishop to f4 followed by bishop to e3 and see the first result of round 9.
Do you think it's also a strategical move from Grigoriy Oparin, who lost his last 2 games, I believe?
I do think he made a draw against Leinier in the last one, but he was on back-to-back losing streak.
Right.
And as you can see, bishop to f4.
Draw.
And this is basically a draw proposition because after queen to c5, bishop to e3, Sam Shankland can right now stop the clock and say, Chris with queen e5, with this move, I demand a draw. But he says, no, you should call the arbiter. You should call Chris.
It's
and
a four-time.
Wrote the move on the score sheet.
Four-time repetition. And as you said, draw agreed in this one.
Obviously not a result that Grigoriy won, not the result that Sam wanted either, because with his opening choice, obviously he wanted the fight with the black pieces. He got it, but Grigoriy took the way out with this last move.
But it's also not a bad result for Sam Shankland.
Oh, no. It's not terrible at all. Look, you're playing with the black pieces against a player that you've never defeated. You've lost the game against. So definitely this one, especially out of the opening with that preparation with a3 and then h4. Maybe I can show it on the board for just a second. This move h4, which surprised all of us, is a novelty. I mean, there's some pressure coming from the white side. So he managed to fend it off very accurately, and giving props to Sam. I mean, very well played game.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm going to go to our marquee matchup of Carissa's game, because I don't know if she missed that tactical opportunity of knight d6 or not.
Maybe can we actually ask Cristian about this?
Sure.
Cristian, was this winning or it wasn't? The computer is not suggesting it's winning, but what are we missing about this move in the Carissa games?
We looked at knight f5,
b6 was apparently a much better move, and just from the simple fact that you take on b6, I take, in fact. Now if you continue taking, I think that taking and knight to f5 might be just really good. Apparently I do have some other options. Knight to f5 first is also tremendously powerful in the position. But yes, it's all about this b6, and if you let's say rook takes a1, right?
Sorry, you're in the wrong position with the question.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Okay.
The question was not f3.
Oh, a different question. Okay.
Knight f5.
Why not
f8,
knight? Okay.
Knight
Queen
takes
e6.
d6.
Yes.
Oh, queen e6.
Yes,
okay.
queen to e6.
Oh. All right. So, and if you go queen f5 instead of queen f8 instead of queen e6, is that losing? Did we just miss
No.
Because
no,
we were
this is
looking
good.
at knight takes d6.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is very good.
Okay,
This is
so
winning
this works
white.
for white. But you
This
go
is winning.
queen e6,
Queen e6.
allowing me to capture that pawn on h6.
But
Correct.
c4 is hanging.
And
yeah.
c4
Correct.
is hanging,
Yes,
and
yes.
there's...
You go to f5 back, I pick up your knight on c4.
So it's a trap for white, actually, to try to go for
Somewhat
that
of a
pawn.
trap, yes. Somewhat of a trap to go for it. And she understood this. She played f3 first.
Okay.
Knight to e5 was a mistake, and b6 is, in fact, a
B6.
winning move in this position. She did not spot it, but even after knight to e3, I mean, this position is so dominant. This
Right.
f5 square is so weak, and I have both of my knights ready to jump on it. So definitely a difficult position for Megan Lee. She played king to h7, knight to f5. Hikaru was putting Carissa's chances at about 20% before this game, but if she wins this one, I think they're going to go even higher than that.
Right, then it'll be much bigger.
Yes.
Knight e3, king h7. Again, the domination of the f5 square, to my mind, is just too huge. It's a huge advantage for Carissa, and I would say at this moment that she's in cruise control.
Yeah.
She's probably likely to win this one. Where would you like to take us?
I want to look at the game of Atusa Purkashian, and then maybe let's go back to the open section and the game of Sam Sevian. But we didn't
Atusa versus
take a look-
Telia.
Yeah, so we had that London opening.
Right, with kind of it's almost with the knight on d2, but the Kali system usually the bishop is on c1, so I guess it is a London system. But I always kind of think of these positions as Pillsbury attack with the knight on e5. Let's go, takes. Look at this. We're seeing it's a game of h4 today. H4
That's
seems
true,
to be
so
the
many
move of the
games
round. Yeah,
play this move.
Grigoriy went h4.
Jennifer went h4.
Jennifer h4, h5. And now let's see if Talia can get beyond the fourth rank. Queen g4, takes on d4, takes on d4. f5, a very responsible move. Just a second. Takes. Oh,
So this bishop on e5 looks really well.
Really good, doesn't it?
The knight on a6, not so much, but the knight will be transferred via c7 to d5.
Precisely. And we're up to date with the players. The imbalance of bishop versus knight, but I'm looking at that bishop. Okay, the knight is going to take 2 moves to get to a good outpost. The bishop is already on a great outpost. My first impression would be a big favorite to white.
But how would you like to continue? Because if I go h5, h6, it's not going to go anywhere, right? There's g6 and I'm going to block it. So I need to figure out what to do with my king and maybe then go for f3 and kind of attack the pawn on e4. So some short castle, long castle, f3.
I would love for you to do me a favor and open up the G file so I could go rook to G1. So I would start with the move f3.
Keeping the king in the center.
Keeping the king in the center for the moment, trying to invite you to do this. And then you can see what I really want to do, which is, rook to G1.
And you would like to invite that G6 pawn so I can push more pressure with H5.
Bingo. Absolutely. You see, chess is an easy game, the way you just described it, you know exactly what I wanted to do. Now, if you try to go knight c7, well, then on that note, I might be doing this type of thing where now, thanks to the open F file, I'll...
And the weakness on e4?
Yeah. I feel that Talia, white, in this position, is definitely the one for choice. We'll keep an eye on this one. Cristian, you told us about the game between Sam and Leinier and capturing on f5 and g5.
Did not happen.
Did not happen.
Did not happen. No, Sam missed his opportunity, but it remains an almost impossible to defend attack. He played the move rook to h3, knight to f6. Apparently better was taking on g4 and just following it up with rook a to e8, eliminating this pawn from going to g5. Once that pawn lands on g5, it does seem like the attack becomes extremely, extremely difficult to parry. He played knight to f6. g5 has not been played yet, so this is the position that we currently have on the board. And in fact, once again, the same plan seems to be working quite well, but it's not as easy to understand why. And I do think we have a move. He played g5. Okay, g5 is fine. You have to go to a g4. Don't take on e4. You're just simply lost. After take, bishop takes e4, maybe even rook takes h7 works. In this position, I mean, this is the ideal attack that you're getting, right? Queen h5, g6, and I think this is what Sam is dreaming about. Take on e4 so I can go into this rook takes h7. This is completely winning.
Yeah.
King to h8, I'm hunting that king down. King to d8 to defend the queen, and queen to h8 followed by g7 seems to be best. But
so you do not capture the rook?
I can just simply capture the rook and go g7. Okay. Why not? Why not?
I'm a material girl living in a material world.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if Sam is thinking about that one, but he's definitely thinking about the attack. G5, we're expecting knight to g4. This is a bit of an improved version from what we've seen before, because the knight is here
instead of
stopping
D7.
me from going queen h5 instead of d7.
Yeah.
Not only that, but with the 7th rank also opened up, I have ideas to defend that very weak square h7 with the move g6, right? And the queen will protect h7. So this is a much improved version, still really bad. Knight to g4 I take to open up this diagonal.
Makes sense.
And now a very important move. I can throw in a check first, and then queen to e1 is a very nice maneuver. You're trying to go towards h7, right? So for example, if you take on e3, then I can just simply take on e3 in this position. And again, slowly but surely, I will get to that h7 square. g6 ideas perhaps also on tap. So this one is looking quite good. Now, what would be after queen to e1 the defensive mechanism for black? Maybe you can start by pinning down this bishop on the e file.
Okay.
But then what I can do, and maybe this is not an easy move to understand, especially from afar. If they get to this position, I am sure he will see it. But from afar, it's not easy to understand. The very simple looking rook a to b1, rook to b1 in this position, just focusing on b6 and saying, I still have the attack. I might as well focus on your other weaknesses as well. Rook to b1, this seems to be giving white a decisive advantage. The only move in the position would be g6. It's not looking good for black. So I'm expecting Sam to go into this type of ideas and find rook to b1 once they get to this position.
I must admit, I was wearing blinders.
Exactly.
I'm looking at a7.
You're not looking at rook b1.
I'm not going pawn hunting with rook b1 to b takes
you know,
b6.
and visually that rook on e8 pinning my bishop to the queen.
The queen? Yeah.
I don't feel as comfortable when Cristian like, oh, this is winning. I'm starting to feel like I missed a chance to do something better there.
I agree. And I feel maybe even not taking on f5 to open up the e file, maybe he's going to want to keep the tension as is with a pawn on e4. Maybe he's going to go for queen to e1, which in fact is not as good, because right now I do have apparently time to get my knight into play with a move knight to e7. So this position could change. For the moment still, it's all Sam Sevian for this one. Guys, can you take us to the marquee matchup? What's happening in that one?
Well, before we get to the first of all, thank you, Cristian, for that. Before we get to the marquee matchup, the fight for second is huge. Anna Zatansky's in a good battle with Alice Lee. And again, these Bobby Fischer attacks have been played for decades. And they're so routine, I don't even think of any other moves besides the ones that begin e5, knight d7, h4, knight h2, bishop f4, and knight g5. I mean, those moves are so automatic, we would say we pre-move them. Okay, so I'm stunned by Anna's recreation of the automobile. H2, H3. I'm really not
curious if she's freeing that H2 square for her knight, or if she's preparing bishop E3 and doesn't want to see knight G4.
I don't know about that. I'm sure H3 does in fact prepare H2. The only other thing I could imagine is that Anna has it in mind that she might want to play G4, knight G3. So she wants to give herself options. Again, everybody their brothers, their sisters, their uncles, their aunts, their nieces have been playing h4, e5, and so on. a5.
Wasting no time. Alice is starting her attack on the queen side because her pawns are ready. More than that.
Exactly. No, she wants to gain space. She wants to try to create targets. a5, a4, b4 on her agenda. A queen d8 by Alice. I'm assuming she's ready to meet e5 with knight d7, and she wants not to have to recapture with her bishop, but rather with her queen. So that's up to date on this important game for the battle for second place. Marquee matchup, you say. Shall we have a look at Carissa and
Carissa is also playing the key move of today, h4.
Right. Go ahead and look across all of our boards and see how many games the move h2, h4 is featured. Good, well-timed? What say you? Is that a good move?
I like it.
I like it.
Because I want black to capture that pawn, so my bishop is doing, again, a really great job pinning that knight.
That looks really uncomfortable. The only reason I would just pause, there is a king on h7, which more or less gives me reasons to consider the move rook g8. I mean, you can...
Right. I can go to d5 too, but...
d5 as well. Oh, d5 as well. That's just winning. Sorry, if you can go to d5, I have no trickies. You know, this would almost work if there wasn't a pawn on c3.
You want to capture on c3 with the knight?
That would be crazy. You could also take on a7.
Right.
I was just thinking, okay, this would be one of those crazy games where, you know, I would have tricked you terribly if you had allowed this. It sure looks good for Carissa after h4. I really don't...
Carissa also thinking about capturing them herself on g5.
Yep.
And pawn takes, and a move like king f2.
Okay, I'm in a world of hurt here, but my queen's terrible on e7. It just seems to be a tactical target. Let's say I move my queen.
So let's say I capture on g5. I can wait with that move, but let's say I want to go directly. King f2. I want to free that first rank for the rook to go to h1. My knight f5 is coming.
It all looks great. I don't argue. It all looks really, really good for you. No rook takes a. I don't know. I'm going to throw this one in.
Okay, pawn takes.
Then I have rook a1 and knight rook a1.
Oh, then you have this trick. Well, I have a check on h8, so maybe I'm just fine. I first give check on h1, pardon me.
That is a funny looking check and a good one, right?
And I'm going to capture.
Okay. A moment there, the rook was on e1. My intention was obviously to play knight to d3 check.
But still, maybe I feel like I didn't want to trade that many pieces.
Right? Like, I don't know if I escaped. It might be that you're just winning. But I do like the whole idea of Carissa's h4 takes g5, exposing Megan's king along the h-file. This looks really, really good. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the open and to see the game of Fabi, because that one is very intriguing. Bishops of opposite color, middle game position. Oftentimes we talk about the vulnerable kings in these cases, Cristian.
No, absolutely. And it's, to be honest, after this move d5 and allowing this knight, beautiful knight on e5, centralized like this, it's looking really good for black. It's white who is on the defensive right now. You're the one having to fend off all these threats. Knight coming to d3, queen coming to c2. You see a lot of weaknesses in white's position and not as many in black's position. Like, how am I getting to the c7 pawn right now? There's no more knight to b5.
Right.
It's a difficult situation right now for Fabiano, and I think he has to rewire his thought process. I'm not playing for a win anymore. He should be playing right now for equality. He should find equality, just kill the game if possible, if given the opportunity, exchange the queens, and go into an endgame, make a draw. Because right now you're also falling down on the clock. And
Right.
it's extremely important. Hikaru mentioned and touched upon this subject as well
Carissa,
regarding
yeah.
Carissa and how fast she plays, how much pressure she exerts on the clock. 27 minutes for Fabiano. For Awonder, an hour and 2 minutes right now. So more than double the time. Definitely with an easier position right now, it's time to pull the brakes for Fabi. Find a way to pull the brakes. Find a way to stop all of these threats that are coming your way on the king side and the queen side as well. Maybe start with f3, b3 to try to step away from any knight to c4 ideas. These are the type of moves that I'm wanting to see from Fabiano if he would be to defend this position.
I think that for a lot of people in our audience, they understand this concept that they've slipped.
Oh, yeah.
They're in a difficult position. They didn't play it well, and now it's time to pull the brakes and force a draw. But they don't know how.
It's not that easy to force a draw when the pieces are so active.
Right. I mean, this knight on e5, I mean, for me, I can easily guess Awonder's ideas of rook to f8, queen coming to c2. Good grief, even ideas of bishop h. Okay, let me just put a move on the board, f3, right? Rook f8. Let me put another bad move this time on the board. And suddenly I go queen I go queen c2, you go rook b1, I go bishop f3, never mind about rook takes f3, but then you start to say, oh dear, it's all gone wrong. I mean, it has all gone wrong. Stop, stop, stop. So pulling the brakes is one thing. How to do that? How to limit our opponent's activity? It's not.
So can I start with like rook d1 move?
Rook d1.
Just
okay,
developing the rook, not allowing queen d3. What
Sure.
Cristian was saying, maybe trading the queens.
Here, I don't know if knight g4 is a threat or not. Let me assume that it's more important to guard the f3 square. I'll go rook f8.
If I go queen e4?
Queen e4. And
because if you trade the queens and go something like knight c4, I do have bishop c1, bishop d4. I don't think I'm worried that much about this endgame now.
The queen trade, more or less, no fears here. Okay,
A little maybe.
Well, I like what Cristian said. I'm afraid of everything. Okay, here, let me just take a gander at this one for just a second. Imagine I do something silly, like I just move my queen, okay? And I start to think about ideas of bishop f5. Again, I really want to play bishop h3, bishop takes g2.
Looking dangerous, doesn't it?
It feels dangerous.
If I go bishop d4 to just try to
d4,
take your knight, although, again, I don't know how much I like that endgame.
Exactly.
So let's go bishop g4, perhaps.
Bishop to g4.
Oh,
We do see queen to e4. This is what I'm talking about, guys.
Oh, by the way, a purple balloon
Not a
just
good
popped
move.
up. I mean, I like the blue exclams. We got a purple, an orange balloon. Sorry.
It's a
Why
pretty
is that
bad move, guys.
Is that a really bad move?
Yes, it is, because I'm winning a pawn. I take, you take back.
Whoa,
And I go knight to d3. Knight to b4 is coming next if you try to defend the pawn on b2.
I think Kate just played bishop d4 against me in this kind of
Bishop to
game.
d4, rook to a4.
Oh,
finishes.
no.
Maybe not right now.
The pieces
not
weren't
right now.
The pieces weren't lined up so that you could.
So I guess you want to go b3, knight to b4. I'm trying to understand what the idea
Knight
behind what
C3.
Fabi is doing. Knight to c3. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But there's a problem.
Does it?
And that is I go rook to a5 first. If you go knight to c3, now I have time to start with b5. b5 and b4. You're not able
This
to
looks
stop
like
me.
a strong initiative.
No,
for
no.
black.
Yes, I feel the
This is
white
really
dark square
good.
bishop is just
Really
so
good for
bored.
black.
It doesn't have anything to attack. It just doesn't. It has no play.
And this is perhaps something that Fabi missed. I'm starting to understand where he slipped in his calculation. And it's after rook to d1, b4, rook takes d3. He probably saw in his mind this position and said, okay, take, this is
Bishop
fine.
f5.
But after bishop f5, this is really bad news for him.
Easy
really
to
bad,
miss.
Very easy to miss, right? Very, very easy to miss.
That's
because
a nice
you move the rook, I take, you go to c4, I go c2. I mean, good luck defending this.
But can I go knight e4 just to give up that knight without helping that
At
pawn
what point?
too? After bishop f5?
Oh, yes. No, that's a very good point. And I have a feeling I'm going to be able to take on a2 perhaps. Let's see. So, first of all, I can take on e4 and you will lose a pawn, right?
Right.
Whichever you give me. Maybe I'll even
if
take
I
this
go
one.
rook
You probably have to
d4?
go to d2, right? But then I have this position. I can improve forever. I don't even have to take on d5. I can go king f7 if I want. I will take that pawn on d5 at the right moment. Look at the majority of pawns
No,
that's
in the center.
That's bad for white.
This is not good. This is really not a good position. And right now, Awonder might be sensing some opportunity in the air.
Queen e4, huge development in this round 9 as Fabiano with the white pieces against his nearest rival, Awonder Liang. Awonder is for choice in this one as we see Awonder at work here. And I suspect Awonder is absolutely, his heart is beating out of his chest.
It is.
Exactly at the
Great
moment.
position. He has 1 hour on the clock, no weaknesses. Maybe, it's not easy to win, but he has nothing to lose.
Oh gosh, no. I mean, he's outperformed, as Hikaru mentioned. He did not guess Awonder's success. By the way, Awonder has been training with Carissa Yip. Something is working really, really well as they're doing both.
They're mostly training homework.
The U.S. Championships. But we're ready for a break. But before we go to a break, it was created by Dr. Jeannie Singfield, Read and Write Chess. What happened for her is she was at all of these dinners, and these chess players kept talking chess. And she said, you know what? If I understood what they were talking about, I could learn their language. I would be a part of the conversation. And so she developed this Learn to Read and Write Chess. And it's available in 14 languages. Has she exploited you and made it in Czech?
It's going to be in 15 very soon, in Czech language as well. But you can download your copy today. Visit stlouischessclub.org. And you also have a QR code here. We had her in the studio. She wanted this QR code, so you can immediately get that copy from there.
Exactly. And what are the people expecting on break? What can we tell them?
So as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Take a look, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to US Chess Championships, Fabi. It's really nice to see you again playing here. And of course, you won this tournament 3 times before. And I was wondering if you have the same motivation to win this one, or you take it as a fresh start every time.
No, I think even more motivation, because I won it last year. I think even more motivation to do well this year as well. And I just take it as a new tournament. Of course, the first time always feels like the most important, right? But after I won for the first time in 2016, it was even my first time playing. Then for many years, I didn't have another chance to win, or I had some chances, but I was spoiling them. And I was watching other players constantly winning the tournament. And so it feels good in the last few years that I came back to my senses in this tournament, and I put some good performances the last 2 years. I think I was also helped by the fact that other players were not maybe at their best in terms of trying to get like a huge score. So, for example, in 2022, +4 was enough, and some years it wouldn't be enough. Like when Sam Shankland won, I scored +5, it wasn't enough. So, but yeah, I definitely have a lot of motivation to do well, and just because I won it last year doesn't change anything.
Yes, and now you're coming back from the Olympiad, where actually American team won the silver medals. Congratulations on this result, first of all. And how was it? And the fact that now you have to play with everyone from the team, now you have to play against them in the tournament. Does it change a little bit your approach to the preparation? Does it affect somehow the way you will play against them?
Yeah, it definitely, because we were sharing a lot of ideas, and I shared many ideas that I have with the players during the team meeting, and also privately, sometimes giving some advice or some ideas of what to play. And of course, it's very, I think, important at the time to be doing this as a team. But then afterwards, yeah, suddenly your opponents have some more insight into your openings, which I don't think is going to be a huge deal, let's say. I mean, anyway, we all know each other pretty well as players, but definitely going from sharing ideas and rooting for your team to having to fight against them and rooting against them is a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such a big difference. And also, Grigoriy Oparin is playing for the first time in this U.S. Chess Championships. I'm wondering with whom are you getting with whom you will prepare for this event. I mean, now from being your second, he's becoming a player and rival again. Like, what's going on here?
Oh, we already had this even a bit more inconvenient, a full match that we played in the American Cup earlier this year. And the full match is a bit more difficult because then you have to really think up a strategy for both colors. While in a round-robin tournament like this, I only play one game against him. It's not so easy, of course, to think of some openings that we haven't worked on together, but at least it's only one game. So yeah, it's not the easiest, of course. I've worked with many of the players in this tournament, Grigoriy the most, but also Levon and Leinier, although quite in the past. And also on the team with many of the players, like with Ray and with Levon and with Leinier. And also with Sam, although it's been a while as well. So yeah, I have some history with almost all the players in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, speaking also about the rest of the field in this tournament, and I also checked your podcast, recent one, where you were talking about the talent, the reaction to the interview of Daniil Dubov. And I was wondering, like in your opinion, from the players of this US Chess Championship, who definitely has this winner's mentality, the one you were discussing with Cristian a lot? Who would you consider the one has this kind of mentality?
It's difficult to say, of course, because it's maybe a bit subjective, and also a lot of the players will have this. So I think that from the players in the tournament, definitely the strongest at his peak is Levon by a clear margin. And there was a period in time when he was considered more or less second, first equal in the world, along with Magnus. So it was very close between them. This was maybe around the 2013, 2012 years, along with some of the other players of the older generation, like Vishy and Anand and Topalov and Kramnik. So at his peak, you can't say that he's lacking any winner's mentality for sure. And also these days, even though he's not at his best years, still he's enormously strong. So I think he's one of the favorites to win the tournament. In terms of winner's mentality, I think also Hans is a player that you can mention. He clearly wants to win very, very much. And he's putting a lot of effort into his games. You can feel that for sure. But definitely I wouldn't consider him on the same level, at least these days. Maybe he's still young and maybe in the future he can at some point reach that level, but as for example, Levon.
What about the young generation players? I mean, we have a few youngsters playing here in the tournament. Like, who do you feel like is the most ambitious?
I got this feeling definitely from Mishra, even speaking to him a little bit. And last year, because after the US Championship, he had a very successful tournament. He beat Levon. He beat Sam Shankland. So he was even fighting for first place, almost. And definitely I could feel a lot of ambition also in the things that he was saying, his goals for the future. So he's a player that you can definitely feel like he wants to at some point be the best in the world.
Yeah, he actually told me today that he wants to win this championship. He wants to become the world champion. Like this is what I also feel from him. Exactly. Like Fabi, like one last more or less philosophical question. Like, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Do you think you'll still be playing chess and like you will be still active? Like, what are your goals and perspective?
Well, yeah, life is a bit unpredictable, of course, but I do hope to still be playing chess well, even in 10 years. Although 10 years is a lot of time. I don't know what will happen in life in general, and there's also things besides chess. But for the moment, I feel quite good about chess, and I still feel like I'm in a good state to play chess. Yeah, I think people also overestimate a little bit the effects of like they think that because you're 30 that you can no longer play chess. but people are definitely overstating this a bit, and it's not only the young players, but also, maybe I'm 10 years older than some of the players I'm playing against, even in this tournament or in some of the other tournaments I played this year. but I don't feel like it changes so much. Just maybe I have to be a bit more conservative with my energy levels, and yeah, there's a few more things you have to think about if you're not 18 years old anymore. But yeah, in 10 years, I still hope to be playing chess well and hopefully to have some more successes under my belt.
Yeah, wish you all the best, and of course all the best in the chess in the US Chess Championships. Thank you for your time, Fab.
Thank you. Thank you.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 9, and we're gonna take a look at standings.
Yes, indeed. Let's start with the ladies.
So here it's all about Carissa Yip. Is she gonna get the Fisher's bonus prize of $64,000 or not? Because it is very likely she's gonna win the tournament. She has 8 points, she has 2.5 point lead and only 3 rounds to go. Clear second, Begim Tokirjanova, and clear third, young Alice Lee with 5 points. And then there is a 2-way tie for the 4th place, Megan Lee and Tatev Abrahamian.
And the current standings for the open section, because we do have a result there.
In the open section, we have a clear first, Fabiano Caruana, who is, however, having a worse position against Awonder Liang, who is tied for second with Hans Niemann, who has a bye today with 4.5 points. And then there's a 4-way tie for the 4th place, Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian with 4 points. And we have this one game result, Sam Shankland drew against Grigoriy Oparin.
Just still staying with this graphic for just a moment, look how important that game between Awonder and Fabi is. Imagine the impossible. Awonder scoring a win, getting 5.5 points out of 8 and leapfrogging Fabi. That would be just stunning. Let's pick up the action in that game because Awonder played the exact line that you had prescribed, Cristian, trading queens, going rook a4, but he didn't include the move knight d3.
Not yet. No, he started with rook to a5, but still, it's
a good move.
Great. It's great. Yes, it's great. He's still doing much better than Fabi. In fact, he's increasing the pressure with each and every move. So he played this move rook to a5 first.
Give me the pawn.
Give me the pawn. You have to defend it with knight to c3. Let's continue. b5, and this was always the problem, displacing the knight's outpost, right? The knight is beautiful defensive piece on c3. If you manage to somehow play rook, look, you need only one move in this position. Let's say you go king to f7. Finally, I have rook to d1 or rook to c1, followed by a3, and I don't have to worry about b5, b4 anymore. b5, in order to defend, he decided to go for b4 himself, rook to a3 and bishop to d2. Right now he's taking a very passive stance. He is one move away from losing this one. Knight to c4. If you don't have the retreat bishop to e1, then you're just simply resigning in the position. He will play after knight to c4, bishop to e1, but look at the position. I mean, I have everything right now going for me after knight to c4, bishop to e1. I can even continue improving my king with the move king to f7, king to f7, king to f6. And you can imagine a world where if my king goes to d4 and starts becoming an active piece as well, an active attacker, you can understand this can go south very quickly for Fabi. So still holding on for the moment, but it's all Awonder in this one. It's play on one goal only, and that is Fabi's goal right now.
Exactly. Forgive me on this one, Cristian, because on the one hand, this exact position, knight c4, I love it for Awonder. And it's funny, the pawn on d5, is it an asset or a liability? I would love to play, in my mind, bishop f5. Bishop f5 kind of freezes you, except the pawn on b5 hangs.
Right.
So I think to myself, I'll play the move c6
You'll
first,
start with c6,
and then I'll play bishop f5 next.
What I'm not going to do...
rid of your weakness.
Exactly. And look, I have to stand still right now. I have to go something like f3. I'm not touching that pawn on c6.
You're not.
No. If I take, the problem
You're doing
is
me
take,
a favor.
And now there's another attacker.
That's
in the
what
position,
I was
the d
thinking.
pawn, right? Once you include this one as well, once you start threatening d5, d4, you're in really big trouble as white. So I need to keep that pawn on d5 for the moment, and that's exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to displace this pawn.
Right.
But maybe I can go f3. Maybe I can still hold on.
Can I just start improving my king? Like I see this king f7, f6,
Let's do
e5,
it.
d4.
Yep.
I'm just gonna get to grab that pawn with king.
Right. Let's say I go king to f2, not the best move, but let's say I go king to
f6?
f2, the most natural move in the position. King to f6. And now finally it seems like I have some ways. Knight to e4 also might be a threat because
knight e4,
one thing I don't think you can.
e5?
I'm not sure
That's
if
the
you
question.
can do this.
Oh, are you
right?
gonna checkmate?
Maybe I can get some checkmate going. It's not there. It's not there. You're still going to e6, and I'm still in trouble.
Good.
But look, Awonder is feeling really good about his position right now. He understands because this is easy to understand, easy to assess with the naked eye, right?
And he has a
Optically,
great time advantage.
Huge time advantage, and I was just going to say that I'm not even as worried about the position, but the clock. The clock combined with the position, 17 minutes for Fabi right now. This is really not looking good with 15 moves to go, and you know Fabiano is beating himself up right now. Also psychologically, look, you have to change gears. I'm doing really poorly right now. I need to fight for every single square in the position.
But what happened? It all started with Yasser.
Oh my! Don't remind me of that.
Please.
That was like
don't give me all the credit.
I don't even know
I
how
don't
he
deserve
saw
all
it.
the credit.
So it was.
I mean, Fabi should get a little bit of it as well.
Yasser was like, "Oh, I understand, Cristian. Everything you're saying sounds perfectly, but how about this beautiful tactical shot, starting with d4?" And it went downhill.
It was a good downhill.
That's the jinx of the day for Fabi.
Whoa, look at this move by Awonder. Not c6.
c5. Whoa.
c5. And he's saying, look, I mean...
Throwing the gauntlet.
Right. If
Throwing the gauntlet right now.
If you don't do en passant right now, but
you have to.
Again,
right now you actually have to do it because the knight is not on c4. So now, for example...
Oh, he should have included knight c4.
Exactly. Because with the bishop already out, I have this idea with knight to e4. Yes.
So if I go knight c4 now, what
if
is
you go
the
knight
big
to
difference?
c4, my guess is bishop to f4. And the thing is, if you try to go d5, finally I found an outpost for my knight.
Right.
Okay.
Knight to c5. So I'm forcing you. That's the difference from having the bishop on e1. Because, for example, if you play bishop to e1 in this position, this is really bad. Bishop to f5, and you're in deep danger of losing instantaneously.
Can you move back to that if we start with knight c4 in the line you were looking? Instead of c5, you said knight c4.
Bishop
I
e1.
cannot go bishop f4 because the knight on c3 is hanging.
Correct. Yeah. No, bishop e1 is the only move in the position. That's the problem, right? I'm tied up. And I was saying that with each and every move, I'm going backwards, right? Like that's exactly what he did, Fabi, to be able to support this knight after rook to a3. Bishop to d2, bishop to e1, hide the bishop, tuck it in. But
c5, the current position, how does it...
He needs to take on c6.
Okay.
Now it seems to be getting closer to equality. So finally, Fabi has a big opportunity to try to find that equality in the position after taking on c6, but he has to take. this pawn on c6. And to be honest, it's not even that clear. Why wouldn't you take with the bishop, right? To try to go d5, d4.
Yeah, and in this case, at least you're preventing knight e4, sorry.
The good thing for Fabi
Yeah.
is that he's sort of forced to go for that. I don't see anything else. If you try to go for this pawn on d6, the problem is I'm taking and I'm going b3, b2 very quickly.
Very nice.
So you're just simply not in time. So for example, take, it's looking like we restored the material balance. I have a nice passer right now. Guess what? It's resignation time after b3. You cannot take, you're losing the rook on a1. So you're sort of forced as Fabi to take on c6, and I think he understands that.
Absolutely. A game that we think Sam Sevian really has some great attacking chances against Leinier Dominguez. I'm seeing some real opportunities here for Sam. And the move d6, d5 just absolutely confuses me. When we have left it, we have always been including ourselves the move e4 takes f5 in order to give ourselves the bishop on d5. g5, knight, king h1. Okay, so clearly Sam is thinking that I can move my bishop out of the way, maybe on a good day even play rook to g1.
Right, White also wants to keep the tension in the center. So White is inviting Black to capture the pawn on e4. So maybe White is just also kind of waiting a bit.
Indeed. We were thinking that Black's best chances really lay with the ideas of rook on a8 to e8 and knight e7. But Leinier just played a move that just absolutely is mind-boggling. Like,
so I don't get it.
Really?
If I capture, e takes d5. Of course, I cannot capture with c1. That's the only thing. I don't want to lose a queen.
Love it. The training is working. Absolutely. C takes d5, bishop takes e2, resigns. Not a good start. Takes on d5. What on earth would possess Leinier to go in this direction? I mean,
you kind of have to recapture now.
Okay, I do. I takes, check.
Takes with
now
bishop.
it's sort of like White has gained a tempo. How good is the move king h1? I don't know. We were looking at Cristian was recommending ideas based on queen e1 and queen h4 or queen e1. You know, rook takes.
Right. I can even start with something like maybe queen g2 because I'm targeting that knight on c6.
I love that move. Another reason why I might be attracted to the move king h1 is to play rook to g1 takes g4. Get rid of this knight and its mate. So let me just give a bad example. So the threat of rook takes g4 frightens you so much that you play knight takes e3 and you allow me the queen h5 checkmating patterns. Sam, I mean, this is opportunity knocking with a heavy thud.
This is like the fifth opportunity,
right? Like
to go into that winning line.
Like really,
just go for it. I'll give you a pawn, an extra pawn. Just go for it.
And you know, you get the freebie tempi king h1 to go with it all. E takes d5.
Very strange.
Looks like a great opportunity for Sam. You got another game. This is the Anna Zatonski.
Anastasiya versus Alice Lee. Alice Lee just blundered. Horrendously blundered. In fact, throwing herself into a losing position.
No.
In one move.
No.
If you take with a queen, this is a normal position.
Clear.
She took with a knight. Knight ce7.
I see
the bar. Do you see the bar? How it
just went right through the roof.
But how can this be so bad?
Knight g5. And taking on f7.
I'm taking on f7. I don't think she realizes how bad this is. If you try to defend with the queen, knight to d6, the other knight comes.
Right.
With a hit on the bishop, with a hit on the pawn on f7. By the way, with a hit on the pawn on e6 as well. I think I'm taking on e6 right now because I'm going into this line. And this is looking really, really bad for you. Knight to f7, king to g8. c4 is also an idea to just
c4 is great.
It's completely winning.
Strategic winning.
If she finds knight g5, guys, and I do think it's on the board, it is on the board. Knight takes f7 is coming. And how do you defend against it?
It looks like queen h5, some tricks on h7, but there are just much more serious issues with
knight takes f7 is the big problem, yes.
Right.
And it's almost impossible to defend against it. Again, The only way to defend this square f7 is with the queen, and unfortunately from both e8 and f8, you're allowing the other knight to jump.
That's horrifying.
And if you don't do it, then the other way to defend the e6 square with a queen would be queen d7. Guess what? Knight to e5 is coming, or knight takes f7. You still cannot touch that because of knight to e5.
So Cristian, I will be creative. Rook a6.
Right. I was thinking
that's a good one. No,
that's for queen h5.
That's a good one. You still have. You talked about this. You talked about this queen h5.
Right?
That's the third threat, and the one that you might not even worry about too
the
much.
Pawn on h7, the pawn on f7 is simple double attack.
It's over. It's over.
Wow.
And in fact, after knight g5, maybe we can see Alice's reaction, because right now she must understand that something went terribly wrong.
Like, oh my goodness.
In fact, how am I getting back into this game must be her question. By the way, guys, Fabiano did take on c6.
He did.
He did take on c6. Huge move. And in fact, they're following that line that we were discussing, bishop to f4. And it does feel like the pieces are coming back to life, right? The bishop is back into play, not stuck on e1. You're not getting to my weaknesses anytime soon. And I've exchanged the pawn on d5, which in many lines I was losing it, right? Especially after the king was getting towards the center. So a breath of relief for Fabiano, for sure, right now.
He's still not out of the woods.
Not completely out of the woods.
By the way, I think that the game between Mishra and Levon, a game we unfortunately have not paid too much attention to, it looks like it's heading to a complete draw. Knight and bishop, totally equal pawn structure. I'm sure the players are going to find a 3-move repetition in that one. Let me stay with the Fabi game for just a moment. Bishop f4, and I agree that after d5, knight c5, white pieces are becoming stable. Maybe bishop c1 to kick the rook. A quick question. I was thinking rook to d3, defend the pawn on d6. Playing for, obviously, bishop f5, trying to get the knight to a bad circuit. What do you think about the move rook to d3?
I was thinking if I can be very tricky with bishop takes d6, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Because if you capture on d6 with knight, I have knight c5.
How sweet it is, yeah?
And anytime you try to play, let's say, bishop f5 to defend the rook, to have 2 pieces for a rook, I always have a skewer at the end with rook d1.
That is a nice variation, to be sure.
But the problem is with bishop takes d6 is that you start with bishop f5.
Start with bishop f5. And not capturing, but attacking the knight. If the knight were to move, now I can recapture and at the same time defend. So fortunately...
So this doesn't work, these tactics.
I do have a back rank. So a2, a4 is premature. I can take, you won't be able to recapture, and that's a big pawn. Now, the reason I didn't want to play the move d65 is I wanted to not allow the knight to get to the c5 square. So that is why I played the move rook to d3. Almost a dream come true. You shouldn't play like this. I'm not, like something like this, right, where I could stop you, if I can put it that way. If I can stop you from getting your knight to c5 and I can go back to rook a3, then I would be thinking I have a pretty significant advantage.
I like this move, rook d3.
I think so too. Because once again, if I can play d5 as white, if I can get my knight to a secured position, I feel like my chances of holding the game really improved dramatically.
But this rook on a1 is so ugly.
Don't blame me. Look, I'm the idea guy here. The big ideas, don't bother me. The details. Carissa Yip.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yes.
Because things are spicing up.
Getting hot, spicy. Let's have a look-see. When we left it, we saw the position with h4, and we were actually very... we thought that white's position, Carissa's position, very promising. h4, queen d7. Megan had the same thought that I had, which is queen on e7 is just a tactical target. The knight is coming to f5. Let's move the queen sooner than later. hg, hg.
Carissa opened that h file so her rook can potentially get there and attack the queen.
We were thinking of doing it right away. I don't know if we wanted to include knight f5, but king f2, rook h1. We know what Carissa wants. And we're not caught up with the players yet. Bishop c5. I noticed that Megan has very, very purposefully not captured the knight in order to, when I capture the knight and I get to play c takes, the knight on e5 is given the boot. Bishop to c5, rook takes, f4. Ooh, okay, so I'm x-raying h6, right? So takes, the desirable fork has a shortcoming, or two, or three, or four.
Queen h6, a big shortcoming. Queen
g3,
h6.
But mate is mate, right? Queen h6.
More.
So yeah, so takes. Let's say I'm clever enough to spot bishop takes e5 and queen h6. By defending h6, is there an immediate breakthrough for white? I don't see it myself.
No, because this bishop on c5 is doing a really good job of just blocking that knight from going anywhere, stopping the knight.
It feels like Carissa should have some kind of, I don't know, killer blow. But
a question I have,
yes.
Actually, if you move back to f4, by the way, when we look at clock, it's very interesting. This is move 27. Carissa has 34 minutes and Megan Lee 24 minutes. So Carissa has this 10 minutes advantage, but it's not as big advantage as she's used to.
Right.
Very often we see her having 1 hour at this time, which is not the case right now. But after f4,
takes.
Can I go knight g4?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Can I go knight g4? With the idea to get your bishop, thinking that your knights, yes, they look beautiful. But
guys,
maybe it's
before
not
we
that
get
easy
into
to
that,
get.
maybe we should go to see the repetition between Abhimanyu and Levon. We're going to see a handshake very soon.
They were in a...
Yeah, they're trying to get Grisbert to approve that this is a 3-move repetition, because remember, players are not allowed to agree on a draw in this tournament.
Yeah.
Even after 30 moves, they're not allowed to. Say no draw policy. Knight to f5.
But why Mishra's king is on f2, Black's king is still on g8. Not
who has the advantage?
Yeah, the equality is not convinced. I'm not convinced that Levon is equalized. I'm sure they're going to be approved, and there is a handshake and a draw agreed.
Abhimanyu is asking for a post-mortem analysis. I really like that from the young players, always willing to assimilate the knowledge from the more experienced players. And Mishra is one of those players that always looks to learn.
Guys, we just, a huge move against f4. I don't think we even considered Megan's response. Megan has said, look, my pawn on g5 is an important defensive pawn, so you can't play queen h6 check. I don't want to move my pawn. I'll play the move f6. Whoa. So her idea is, in case of captures, she intends to recapture her piece on her own time frame, let's say.
And she neutralized that attack on the king side.
No queen h6. Wow. f7, f6.
But I'm a little worried. Like, a lot of things are starting to hang here.
I like it and I don't like
exactly. it. Tell us why we shouldn't like it. I mean,
well, there's a very specific reason. Please. For example, after you take on e5, and Carissa needs to see this.
Okay.
Maybe we can analyze on your board.
Takes on e5, takes on e5. So the bishop on c5.
Because I want to quiz you a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let's get quizzed.
By the way, you mentioned the quiz. I'm missing the social media stuff. I mean, you don't ask pertinent, penetrating questions.
Journalistic questions.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
How would you continue?
After
as white. Yes.
As white.
Yes. And you only have one way to continue having an advantage, in fact, in this position.
Really?
Yes.
I would have thought more, but
no,
okay.
only one way, and it's very far from clear, at least to my eyes.
That I should be
I mean, I
doing
understand the engine. I will show you in just a second what it says, but from a human's perspective, I don't think this is easy.
G4, really King G2, getting out of the
That's
diagonal?
right. G4 is a good start.
Yeah, to get out of the diagonal.
So let's keep going. G4.
Yeah, G4.
Now let's say I go knight G7, right? It looks normal.
Knight G7 looks normal.
And now this is the big move right now. So try to find some.
Bishop takes E5 and Queen H2.
Very nice.
Are you with
Yasser,
me?
you still have
Wait,
it. Okay.
No, I'm
very
not
nice.
with you. What is this?
Bishop takes H5.
That's it. That's the only way.
Queen H2.
Oh.
That's the only way. But if you don't
No,
see all of these
tactically.
things,
I've already confessed.
After today,
I confessed my weakness.
After today, we're not talking about tactics and tactical understanding. After today, none of that.
None of that is working.
We need some recovery from what you did.
It's true. So you're saying takes G4,
Yes.
Bishop E5?
Yes.
Well, that's
good.
huge.
Yes.
By the way, another very important game was Jennifer.
Jennifer, you against
if you don't mind,
Abhimanyu.
we'll keep this on our radar.
Because we're talking about this game, Jennifer, you just really attacking quickly with that H4,
With the
H5
bishop on
move.
B2. Yep. Ooh, check it out. She did go for the whole H5 business. Knight E5, takes. Castles. Boy.
We were looking at like F4 immediately.
Also. But castles looks great. Bring our king into safety. Bishop F5. Very importantly, black is trying to defend against knight H7, rook H7 sacrifices.
E4. This is a really key move. Very strong move in the position.
And I'm loving the prospects of this bishop along the long diagonal.
And now the other diagonal, A2, G8. Exactly. Now bishop C4 check.
Oh, my
Where do you
goodness.
want to go with that king? It's never safe.
Walking the plank. I mean, king H7, king H8, rook H7 mate.
Right. Game over.
That's pretty sad.
Now, if you capture on C4 with the knight,
Well, isn't that the same kind of business we've been seeing before?
right? I don't have rook F7. That knight on G5 is just too strong.
Exactly. I do see in the game knight F7 on the board.
Can we play rook take H7 now?
Oh, that's
I don't care. You're going
gorgeous.
to capture my knight on G5. I'm checkmating you.
That is gorgeous. No, I mean, this is, we had a guy, Al Horowitz, who is very famous for these bishops of attack. It actually became known as the Horowitz bishops. But this would, I mean, that would draw a smile.
Because what do you do after rook take H7? I'm just winning a piece. You have to go something like knight F6, and that's losing a piece. Because if you go bishop E5, that's not helping. I'm going to capture that bishop as well. Your knight is still pinned on F7.
Right. You're absolutely right. Bishop E5 is not helping at all. You mentioned knight F6, but keep in mind, black is a piece up. Now, probably you have a score of wins here. You know, one of my favorite moves here? Take my queen.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Well, you know
One
why?
pin of this knight and second pin for the other knight, and that's a checkmate.
I mean, that's a visual. I mean,
Good tactics, yes.
well, the puzzle Russian, yeah. Knight F7, rook takes H7, a knight F6, attacking the queen, rook on D1 to H1, and Jennifer might emblazon her,
I mean, this
her
rook
name.
DH1 is really beautiful. I can also play queen C3, just
Queen
very
C-
normal. Also, just winning
On the
that,
long diagonal.
winning that knight and checkmating on H8.
Is time a factor for either of these two ladies?
Not really. Jennifer has 30 minutes. Tatev has 12 minutes. Maybe the 12 minutes is not great, but the
No.
game is just lost.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
But no rook take H7.
No rook take, whoa. Okay.
Oh, you can
Surprise.
still do. Maybe she's just delaying that decision because after rook captures, you can still take on h7 with the rook.
Take on h7 with the rook. I was about to take on f7 with the bishop, but take on h7 with the rook.
Because you cannot capture with the king because I cleared that h5. I'm going to bring the other rook there and then again checkmate you on h8.
Ouch. Ouch. For a minute there, I didn't see that. I was looking and I could, unfortunately, it just feels like Jennifer has quite a choice of wins, but your rook h1 answer, your rook h7 immediate is really, really nice. It just threatens mate in one, and it is mate in a few after check. Ouch. Okay, Cristian, we're throwing the ball over to you.
We should go back to the marquee matchup,
Of
right?
course.
And see how that one is developing, because we do have a lot of developments.
Okay.
Bishop to f4, rook to d3 was Awander's choice.
Okay.
f3, defending, protecting the knight, very important job, and also opening things up for the king, right? You don't
Right.
want to worry about getting checkmated on the back rank, especially when you want to play the move a4. You want to get rid of your weakness in the position. And he
okay.
did play the move a4, Fabiano, very good move. Take, rook to d1, king to f2, knight to b2. This is what we currently have on the board. Knight to d3 is going to come, but that's not going to create as much havoc in the position because I always have the move king to e3. So I think we're going to see a check.
Okay. The
King to f7, maybe another check. And now the big question arises, hey, where do you go?
Say e6.
You go to e6.
Right.
First of all, I think I can take this.
Can you check?
Yes. King to e3.
And check.
Check. And now I go king d2.
And rook g1.
Rook takes g6. This is another threat right now in the position.
Sorry.
Once you put the knight on d3, I have rook takes g6 as well.
Yes, you do.
So let's say I take on g7. Apparently rook to b1 is the best move in this position. Not easy, especially not easy to give up the g7 pawn.
No.
Right? So I'm not expecting, if they do go for this line, rook to a8, rook to a7, I don't think black is going to go king to e6. I think he's going to stay on the 8th rank. And if that's the case, let's say you stay f8 or g8, where do you want to stay? Probably on the light squares, right? On f8, you worry about bishop takes d6 and all sorts of ideas. I think this is what we're going to see. The question is, can white play for more already after a move such as h4? Knight to d3, king e3. You take my pawn, but I keep going, right?
Oh, I cannot play bishop f7.
No. That's the
I was like,
that's
what's the
trick.
problem?
Yeah. That is the trick in the position. Yes, you get checkmated on the back rank.
No, I can take I've got a check on d5 though.
In this position?
No, yes.
Yes, but then I always
and
go
a check on c3.
Okay.
No, there's on f4 hanging bishop, guys.
But the rook on d1 is
Oh,
also hanging.
okay.
The rook on d1 is also hanging. So you can take the bishop, but this.
Okay, let's not do that.
And in fact, even that position might be equal after knight takes h5. But you're the one suffering with the black pieces.
Yeah.
So right now, Fabi must at least feel good about his newly found chances to equalize this one. And in fact, the engine is even saying that white is slightly better. I don't believe it. I don't think white has the advantage, but it's definitely something that Fabi could only dream of 5 moves ago. And I do think we're seeing a bunch of moves. So knight to e4 was played. Bishop takes e4, f takes e4. Big decisions are being made right now by both players. Yes. Okay. Interesting. How do we see this new development?
I feel like I'm very happy for white.
Knight d3 is no longer possible.
No, king
because
e2.
of king to e2. So now you're actually worse. You have to go back to
No, that's not what we
to
wanted.
b2. So how do you continue this one? I guess rook to d4 perhaps.
Right.
And then I push. You don't want this trade. This is something that I don't think you want to see.
No.
On the board, especially with e5, rook a7 is coming. The combination between the rook and the bishop is very strong.
Yeah, they
rook to d4 is on the board.
The rook and bishop coordinate so much better than the rook and knight.
Yes, and another very good thing for Fabi and Fabi fans is that he's only 3 moves away from the 40th move. from the time control,
'Cause
and
he
he
was-
has 14 minutes on his clock. So
Right.
no issues whatsoever anymore. Things
Right.
turned after that c5 move. That was a mistake. He should have played, and let's just show that once again. Because
he could have included knight c4, bishop e1.
it's
yeah.
such a crucial position for the standings, for the championship. You
Absolutely.
find knight c4, you force the bishop to go to e1, and then you play you can play c6 even in this position, but you continue building up your advantage
Right.
with king to f7. I mean, this is not going to be easy. To
No,
defend,
rook on
right?
a1 is crying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rook on a1. And then at the right moment, you will play the move c5. That's a great move in the future. Maybe c6, maybe c5. You will break in the center, but you have such a better position, such an improved version than if you allow my bishop to go out.
Exactly.
And also time advantage. I'm a little surprised that Awonder didn't take more time here to think how to continue precisely, because every move just makes a difference here.
Agreed.
He's been doing this. He's been doing this, and it's a strategy that has worked for him so far. He
Playing
did
very
win
quickly.
very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the clock. I'm sure it's a bit influenced by what Hikaru was saying also. He's spending a lot of time with Carissa. They seem to have a very similar strategy, right? Play fast, put pressure, increase the pressure. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes. And that's one of those times. If you give Fabiano one chance, he'll bounce back into the game.
Looks like he is fully back into the game. Want to turn our attention to the game between Irina, Crush, and Begim. Begim, of course, comes into this round 9, clear second, thinking, hey, I need that place to qualify for the World Cup. Yes, I'm up against this 8-time champion, but gotta play.
Right.
Gotta play. C7, C6. I like Begim's position at this moment only because this pawn on e4, to my mind, is really not comfy. I see black playing b5. Let's see how lots of moves have taken place. Let's see how the game developed. C5, b5, a move I think Begim wanted anyway. So she's got the open d file, especially with this move bishop to b3, basically saying, you cannot contest. And what are you going to do?
This move is very important. I think it's really good to stress this bishop b3 move, because it's not allowing white to kind of get control of the d file.
No, yeah, you cannot contest the d file.
And you talked about that bishop on g2 not being very good. I mean, that bishop on c3. And I think we have a result.
We do have a result.
Jennifer, you won against Tatev Abrahamian with a very nice h4, h5 attack.
Let me just
I don't
put
know how it
our
exactly
analysis.
Finished.
Yeah, let's put our analysis on hold of the Begim game. We're going to come back to that. She captured on f7.
So Jennifer, yes, captured the rook. We were looking at rook take h7
which
instead.
was also very, very strong. Bishop f7, king f7, rook h7, king e8. Oh, but everything is coming with check. Everything is very, very purposeful. And yeah.
Now I'm threatening g4 and I'm going to get that knight. So it's not going to be 2 pieces for a queen, although that's also not great. It could be just 1 piece for a queen.
Yeah, the material, it's overwhelmed. Congratulations to Jennifer. And
Who won second game in a row?
By the way, she started so badly. I mean, but she's a fighter. She just comes roaring back into the tournament. I'm going to go again back to the game of Irina and Begim, because we were catching up. Here's the real problem, as I see it. You put the bishop on b3. You say to white, okay, black stands better on the queen side. What are you going to do? Where's your play?
I don't know. I don't like those bishops. G2 and c3, they're not doing anything. I can try for some f4 pushes.
Right.
That's, I think, the only thing I can try for, but we have to be careful about it not backfiring.
Well, this move, to my mind, is an indication that Irina is running out of ideas. And I see this move, and I see it based on the idea of g4 and h5. Maybe you want to play knight g3 inclusive. Maybe you want to play bishop f3 inclusive. But it already goes to show that white is searching for counterplay. Knight c8, bishop f3, queen e6,
Begim is
G1.
transferring that knight from c8 to b6 and to c4.
Very
Or maybe to
logical.
d6 even.
Ooh, f5. I'm not sure the move g4 is a threat. I like what you were saying. Transfer that knight to a good square. Again, rook h1. What is Irina going to do? She's desperately trying to come up with some ideas. f5, queen g2. Maybe.
This is a great position for black.
Yeah, but hold on. Prove it. I take.
Oh, you want to take my pawn? So I'm going to capture with.
I shall remind you, you're talking with Yasser. You're asking questions such as, you want to take my pawn? Yes. Yes, he does.
No.
Yes, he does.
You want to queen
yes.
captures,
He does.
bishop takes c6, queen takes f2, and okay.
By the way, the
We have
position
that
is just on board.
Right. The bishop. I'm desperate. I'm desperately. Forgive me. I'm desperately searching for moves at this point as white. My knight on e2 was terrible.
Right.
I would.
Takes.
It's not like I'm embracing this position, but at least I feel like I'm still kicking with the move knight to f4. If you take on e3, I'll go rook e1. I don't know.
But I have queen b6. No.
I'm desperate.
But if I capture that queen, just let's.
Okay.
Very simple. Captures, knight captures.
Yep.
I'm going to get my rook to the second rank. Rook
Right.
f2.
You know, the bishop on b3 is really bothersome.
I know.
Because, okay, what can I do? I've got to hope.
Yeah.
But this is, again, Begim in the driver's seat here. She's got all of the play. She's got her pieces, and the knight is coming on d6 to c4 or even f5. I like her position a lot.
I can bring the other rook to f8.
It's all looking really, really good at this moment. I'm going to go back to the game of Carissa because I feel that we want to keep in touch with the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Of course, you need to see what
It's
happens.
not every
there.
day in the world of women's chess where they get opportunities for really picking up big prize money. And $64,000 is one of the biggest prizes I've ever heard of for the ladies' game. Captures on e5. Carissa did not spot that g4 bishop takes e5 tactic. King
That was not
h1.
easy. Really not easy.
Captures. Okay, the end of the day, however, Carissa, that is a mighty steed on the f5 square. Bishop dropped back to b6. It's those little moves that we have to be careful.
Be careful. One day e5 can happen. You're maybe in danger.
Yes.
Just saying.
Just saying and reminding. Rook.
Also some queen h3 with some ideas of knight h4.
I had a second Luboš Kovalek, and he had this nice way of saying queen d3 with evil intentions. With evil intentions. Rook h8.
I like this move. Controlling that h file and saying maybe I want to do some counter
Guys, I do want to interrupt you for just a second and apologize for that, but I do believe that Fabiano and Awonder are just about to agree to a draw.
Which is a great result for Fabiano. He
Absolutely.
was struggling in the
Considering the position.
Absolutely.
Considering the position. For Awonder, he's going to say,
he came to play.
Yeah, I
wanted
wasn't
to draw.
thwarted today. I was a little bit uncomfortable. My opponent was forcing me to play for a win, and I got such a big advantage. I was afraid.
And I'm sure he knew.
I win.
Look, he knew. You can see Awonder is not super happy about this result. Normally, he would be ecstatic. He just drew against the second best player in the world right now, Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces. Effortlessly, I might add. But he knows he had a great opportunity to win this one.
Yeah.
And if he would have won this one, he would be the favorite to win the event.
Wow.
To win the national championships for the first time. And I think this is his second or third appearance, maybe. He's still extremely young, 21 years of age.
Exactly. And
Guys.
by the way, he came from the U.S. Open. He was a qualifier.
Yes, he did.
I mean, those U.S. Open qualifiers.
No guarantees. No guarantees. Absolutely.
Wow.
No. I mean, there's wild. It's so difficult, right, to qualify via the U.S. Open.
Exactly.
I just saw a nice tactic. Maybe I can
Yeah,
show it.
Queen H3.
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay.
You will show it to us in just a second.
Sure.
I was thinking about rook to f1.
Yes.
Normal, right?
Knight f4.
Can I take? Okay, forget about the bar. Leave the bar alone. This is what I'm trying to show.
Okay. Nice.
Queen takes d4, and now
Beautiful.
I can get my material back, and I'm getting some pawns as well.
Right.
This is looking good
Not
for
to
black.
mention that you had a perpetual.
If I want it.
Yes.
Of course. And white can also just go king to f2.
Yeah.
But you understand, this
Right,
type of
right.
tactics appear
Sure.
on the board. That's
Sure.
the plan. That's the idea. What I like about Megan Lee is that she doesn't seem phased right now by Carissa and Carissa's performance so far. Even on the clock, you can see they're very closely matched. 18 minutes against 20 minutes. In fact, it's Megan Lee with a king on g6 for like the last 10 moves. She's playing a la tempo,
Right.
not afraid of her opponent, which is, I mean, kudos to her.
Yeah, you had mentioned that a number of her Carissa's opponents seemed to just be breaking down and losing. Not the case today. Megan came to play. Let's take a look at the standings.
Because we have a few games that finished.
Please.
So the ladies section, Carissa Yip still leading. No matter what happens anywhere
Right.
on the board, she's always going to keep this lead. Clear second, Begim Togir Janova. Clear third, Alice Lee. And Jennifer Yu, important win. She is kind of in this second part of the tournament, really pushing forward.
I really had the impression she started with 2 losses and a draw, or had a half out of 3, however she got it. Look at her storming back into contention. Begim playing a huge game today against Irina Krush. We think Alice Lee might be losing when we left it. We really
With
thought
Anna
that.
Zatonsky.
Let's take a quick gander at that one, because it was this move knight g5, which was a stunner. Knight g5 just absolutely put Alice on the back foot.
So we started with this Alice Lee position where Anna Zatonsky captured on e7.
And we all expected, why did she play queen d8
Right.
to
To
recapture
capture with
with
the
the queen? She didn't do that. She had this moment of forgetfulness, and suddenly this knight g5, and it's a stunning blow that this move is coming, because if you make the defensive precaution queen f8, well, knight drops into d6, f7 is hanging, e6 is now hanging, and there's no good way to cover the sacrifices that are coming. Rook a6, queen h5. Oops, that's another problem that Alice is facing. So after the move knight g5, she played knight g6. Anna, she didn't have to be asked twice. I'm not having a good tournament, but this one.
Because if you capture with king this knight,
Yes.
we have queen takes e6.
Yes.
You have only one move, king f8, and I believe knight d6.
Knight d6. Threatening checkmate
there.
in one.
Threatening capturing bishop on b7, which is the defender of the knight on d5, and the position is just falling apart.
Precisely. Therefore, after knight g6, Alice played queen f6. Knight came to d6.
Which I'm a little surprised you didn't go with the other knight.
Right?
Why do you keep that knight there under attack? But okay, it probably still works.
Knight f4, takes.
Some complications. You cannot recapture the bishop with your king because there's going to be a royal fork.
Right?
Be careful.
No.
She's down to her last minute, guys.
Kudos to Alice for making a chaotic mess. Who's down to their last minute?
Anna, 45 seconds.
Whoa.
The
With
rook on
18
c8?
moves to go. I'm calling it. This is now better from a practical
Queen
perspective.
G4, that's very
for
unexpected.
Alice. This is better for Alice right now.
But why don't we capture the rook? Wait, why not just knight takes c8 and then queen takes e6?
You can go knight takes c8, but I will take on f4 first. I think this is what she's afraid of.
That was the intermezzo.
Okay, but now I go queen g4.
Now I take on h3.
Bishop takes h3, yeah.
I'm ready to take the rook. Don't get me wrong. I'm ready to take. Maybe I should have taken the rook. Why am I playing games? I was trying to play a game of tempo there, but.
So if I just go knight e5 here.
No, I think you should take on h3 because now maybe knight g5 also.
Oh, knight g5.
Just protecting everything.
Protect that. Pawn on h3.
It's
queen g4, knight f4, and right now
weirdness.
with a minute on the clock, I would say it's probably Alice Lee that has the easier position to play.
Anna finally got the rook, but I kind of agree. Why is the knight on f7? Why isn't the other knight?
Because I don't see it as an asset for attacking the king. I see it as a knight in distress.
Well, this is shocking to think that Anna, who's having such a bad tournament, would get an opportunity like this where she has a knight on g5. Clearly, she's got all of the advantages she could ever have hoped for. Knight takes, queen to e6. Why you're not playing knight to d6 will remain a mystery. And Alice, who is playing for the second place, let's put it that way, is suddenly given a golden opportunity in this one. She was losing 25 minutes, I see.
Yes,
versus...
Alice is 25 minutes and Anna only 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Guys, breaking news. Carissa is worse. Much worse right now. Maybe losing with a stronger engine. That's what we're hearing right now from our producers. And Dariush, take a look at this. She did play the move rook to f1.
Okay.
And maybe calculating that bishop takes d4, maybe she spotted something that was not allowing black to make good after bishop takes d4. And probably it was e5. Yes. E5 seems to be quite good for white.
For Carissa.
But she just played the move knight to f4, best move in the position. And what do you do right now?
And Megan played this really fast,
oh, yes.
right?
She has it ready.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. She has it ready.
Is the problem. Queen h7.
Oh, that's a huge problem. That is a huge problem right
Be
there.
careful.
So I think you have to give up the exchange.
Okay.
I think you have to give up the exchange. But, I mean...
After e5, you take...
You cannot
knight.
go e5. So
You'll
how do
take
you
my-
continue your attack, right? Maybe queen to f3, try to go queen to g4.
Okay, makes
But
sense.
I'm hiding, right? Queen to g4.
Makes sense.
I continue hiding. Not easy, by the way. This
Running.
is totally not easy.
Running shoes?
Queen to g6, king to f7. You have to. And I do believe that she's going to take and go queen to f3. It seems like she has to. Perhaps right now, this is going to be Megan's move, queen to h7. Nevertheless, guys, this is a huge blow for her chances at winning the $64,000 bonus Fisher Prize.
Absolutely. Without the move rook f1, by the way, I actually, I'm a simple man. I saw that the queen was hanging. I saw that there was a potential for a pin along the h file. So I, was looking at queen h3 with a double threat. Threat number one, g4, taking advantage of the pin knight. Threat number two, knight h4 with a discovered attack. So queen h7, you can defend both. But the rook f1 move, I didn't realize was being refuted.
There's something in the water today, guys, because Sam Sevian has just blew it. Not blew it to a draw, to a completely lost position right now. Yes. This was the position after knight to e7.
And he did play rook g1, by the way.
He took the rook, yes, rook to g1. He took the rook. And bishop to d4. This is the first double question mark, allowing the move, the very simple one, bishop to b7.
That bishop is amazing on the diagonal.
It's amazing.
You took the rook, but at what cost, right? Now I have the best attack in the position. Knight to f3, knight to g6. How do you defend against knight takes f4? And queen to e6 was his response. But my question for you is, what do you do after knight takes f4? I guess rook take... No, queen takes f5, I take on h3.
And then I take on g4?
With what?
The rook on g1?
With the rook, yeah. Queen to e7 apparently is completely winning. Rook to e8 also quite good, but queen to e7 is dominating because of rook to f8.
But if I have rook h4 now? You have Queen E1. That's a
Yes. Oh, no, not Queen E1. Apparently.
No.
I saw that. Let me show you what you might have missed.
But that's a beautiful move, by the way. I'm still trying to understand why it's not working.
It's not winning.
It's not winning probably because of bishop takes g7, and then just perpetual, right? Yeah, just perpetual.
Stunned crickets, stunned commentators over here.
Oh my goodness! Wait,
Queen E1.
So
that was pretty funny.
Take. Queen E7, Rook H4, and apparently knight take. Okay, this actually is not that difficult.
Right.
Knight takes
Defense
G5.
H7.
It's all about the pin, right?
Yeah, of course.
That pawn on G5 is not protected enough, right? So knight takes G5. Defends H7, defends everything, and you just lose on F3. This is game over.
Agreed.
So,
wow.
He has 11 minutes left on his clock.
I have to say I'm not a big fan of Sam's capturing the rook on A8 and getting rid of the light square bishop.
No.
Yeah.
No.
The best move, by the way, in the position, but from a practical perspective, allowing that bishop on the long diagonal is very dangerous. And in fact, the best path forward would have been after bishop to b7, first of all, bishop to d4, terrible move.
Right.
What you have to do is rook to e1, so that you can move away from that diagonal with king to g1, bishop b7, king to g1. Run as fast as possible, right? Because you're getting checkmated. So after bishop to b7, rook to f3 was apparently the last moment. But you just simply don't play rook f3.
Yeah,
you just got the exchange. You don't want to give it back immediately, right? And then the idea is that right now you're emptying this square h3 so that you can play h3, get the king out finally, and get off this diagonal, because otherwise you're just simply losing this position. If he finds knight f4, and this is the first thing that he's calculating right now, it's the most forced move in the position. If he finds it, he has a great chance at winning this game.
Cristian, can I capture also with the queen? Because the idea is when I capture, and if you capture the knight on g6, thinking that's like a pin, I have queen takes f3 or bishop. Actually, bishop takes f3 is better. Because I forced the rook to go away and I didn't I wanted to capture the rook and capture the queen. But
Good. I'm proud of you.
Everything
the rook.
So the idea being that if you do take with the queen, bishop takes g7 now works for white. Take queen to d7, and maybe this is what Sam calculated. Queen to d7, you have to run, otherwise you get checkmated on h7.
Right.
Take on b7, and finally I got that bishop off the board. It's a much improved version. Yes.
Huge success.
I don't think he's going to go for that just because he sees, for sure he sees bishop takes g7. I think we're going to see knight to f4 after some thinking from Leinier.
Thank you, Cristian. We're going to get ready to take a break. Before we go, I just want to remind everybody that Fabi did defend a very difficult position against Awonder to keep his lead, and he did make a draw. We're going to take a quick break, and what's going to happen? Anything special?
Nothing special is going to happen. Feel free to check our social media, because Anastasiya Karlovich is putting their amazing content, pictures, videos, and it's a lot of fun. We will be back after the break.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 9 and we have breaking news.
Big transformation in the game of Carissa versus Megan. When we left it, Megan had played Queen D3, Rook H8, and then a big mistake, a very big mistake by Carissa, Rook F1, and suddenly Knight D4. The queen that was defending the pawn on B5 returned. Queen takes B5.
Megan is just capturing free pawn and targeting the rook on F1.
That was huge. And then yet again, another mistake by Carissa, Rook E1. And that just, you know, your eye is drawn like a magnet. I've got a dark square bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
I can attack
two
your
pieces
queen.
on one diagonal. This is...
Absolutely. And you see there in our bird's eye view of the players.
I do want to see the full view of the players
Absolutely,
right now. I want to see where Carissa's eyes are looking at, because right now she must be realizing,
oh dear,
this might be over.
She has only 5 minutes on her clock. Megan Lee has 15 minutes, and things are just looking very, very bad.
Huge upset. We came in all aglow, as is the rest of St. Louis and the Central West End. Could Carissa do the impossible and win all of her games? He came in on a hot 8-0 win streak.
So we
Looks
see
like
now
round 9,
whole
5
board.
minutes. I'm looking at the clock, seeing Carissa's clock tick down, and that move, Bishop A5, really has rocked her.
Yeah, and you can sort of sense it right now. I mean, this is really bad news. What's happening?
Now, I mean, Carissa's desperately looking for cheapos. Do you see any? Because I'm just coming up completely with a blank.
The only thing I'm thinking, she's gonna just have to give up that exchange, something like Queen F2.
Okay.
And just continue the game.
But the thing that it might not be so bad if that was all there was to it. The problem I'm seeing is the bishop on H2 is pinned, which means that you're not playing with the pieces.
Right.
Like maybe on a certain level you might be able to play bishop takes C7, I don't know, and try to scramble.
And also you have to be careful because that B pawn is gonna run. It's gonna be very difficult to stop that pawn.
Any trade of queens, absolutely right.
And if you don't trade queens, I'm threatening G2 here. And if I'm going to get that pawn on E4, your knight has no support.
Full disaster.
And it's just falling apart.
It is. And so also with, she's burning her clock too. I mean, the position's terrible. It's gone downhill. And it was really strange because if you go back to this exact moment, when we got here, I really still felt that, it was white for choice. Maybe the advantage wasn't as big as before, but the last few moves, Queen D3, just look what Megan did and compare it to what Carissa did not do. The rook came into the game. Rook went to F1. The knight came into the game. The queen dropped back. The queen took a pawn with a tempo, and the bishop hit the queen. So it's like every one of Black's moves were very forceful.
Right.
And Carissa moved her pieces, shuffled her pieces, lost a pawn, and is now losing the exchange.
3 minutes to go, and the big question is, how do you even continue this game?
Exactly. Give me some tricks.
So can I try something like
Please.
Queen A2 with the idea of Knight E7 check?
Love it. Queen A2. Let's go.
But that's just a check, right?
But where do you go with your... Okay.
I'm going to take that.
Knight E7 check.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, let's go King G7. I just want to see something.
So I go back.
Now I take on. I want to take on. Let's see this one.
I know.
Let's see this
one. I've been around Cristian too much.
Let's see this one.
Not much to see.
Yeah.
H2 is coming. If you don't have a magical perpetual somewhere, you're getting mated in a couple of moves.
No magical perpetuals for me. Apparently that's only in fairy tales.
But Queen
A2
is on the board. We might actually be seeing that.
Okay. Shadoob says, Megan, Queen A2, you rock me with that move.
Now, Carissa has only 2 minutes, while Megan 15 minutes. So she has time to think whether she wants to capture the rook right now or if there are any tricks.
Can we try something else for Black, just in case this queen sacrifice doesn't work? So let's say you take on A1,
check.
Go Knight E7, Knight F5 back. Can I go to F8 is my question.
Check.
Well, then I have Queen A8.
Queen A8, Queen E8. So how is that?
Queen A8?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Queen E8.
Queen E8. How?
Queen
I'm
A6
not going to
back.
go for this. I really don't
Queen
like
where?
this.
A6 back.
Queen A3?
A3, pardon
Sorry.
me.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Queen A3, King F7. Okay. Where's the continuation? Where's the follow-up?
Yeah, I don't see. You're going to hide on G6, right?
Or Queen E6. But yes, probably just King G6.
It's a rook.
It is
It's
a full
a
rook.
rook.
So do you have anything else? By the way, this one, not sure why we left, but I would assume it's close to being over.
I
We're
think
seeing
when
a
we
king
left
on G. Is that a king on G4?
Irina's king is leading her army into battle. It looks like Begim has this one. If you don't mind, I'd like to stay with Carissa's game because, again, she is our tournament leader, winning 8 in a row. Queen A2?
My guess is that it's just resignation right now.
Is
so
it?
maybe we should stay with this one,
Okay.
just because it is resignation. You're getting mated.
By the way, Megan Lee, she started with 0 out of 3.
Let's stay with
and
that
then
one.
she just continued winning. So 0 out of 3 starting, and then she's 4 out of 5. And maybe 5 out of 6.
Let's go back to
0-3.
Begim. Let's go back to Begim versus Irina.
Oh, no, we just saw takes, Knight E7 check, and now the question, King G7 to F8 or giving up the queen.
Mm-hmm.
I like giving up the queen. And we do have a handshake.
That's a
Sorry.
huge victory. In fact, sorry, but
impressive.
Right now, if Carissa loses, that means Begim is
Still theoretically
mathematically in this competition right now.
That's right.
A point and a half behind Carissa, if she loses.
Right.
But still within range, yeah. And Carissa still has Alice Lee in the last round, so. And Anna Zatanski next round.
Right.
And very difficult 2 rounds for Irina Krush, who lost to Jennifer Yu. Now she lost to Begim Tagirjanova.
Right.
Let's go back to the matchup. We'll analyze this after that very crucial sequence between Carissa and Megan Lee.
Okay, I was just looking at the finish there. We do have the moment.
Yes, this is it.
This is the moment where...
Will she take on F5?
Megan can capture the knight with her queen. She can move her king.
Just don't go to H7. That's the only move where you don't want to go, because Carissa then can continue her streak.
Yes,
And
the
checkmate.
cold shower checkmate in 1.
They're both completely winning, but Queen F5 is just, you're not giving away any chances to your opponent.
No, because rook takes and
She
rook
did
takes.
not take it. She went king f8. Okay.
But I understand
She's a
that
material
decision. I
girl.
feel like this is practically just easier. Give check, move.
You think so?
Yes, because you block.
I don't know.
Check. She has blocked.
Queen to e8 is on the board.
Yeah. No.
Because here you have extra rook.
That just sounded so impressive the way you just said it. I mean,
it's really
my
bad.
goodness.
It
I
is
mean,
really bad.
you know,
It is
like
really
that just really hit me forcefully.
So I guess my question is also, can you take on b7 or are you getting checkmated with rook takes h2? Can we calculate that finally? Because if you take on b7, let's say you take on c7 as well, you start creating some checkmating threats, right?
Yeah, and you're defending e4, but
right.
The question you had
Is that a mate? So take queen h5, you go to g1.
Right.
Do I have bishop f2?
I think I do. Right?
Bishop
That
f2,
looks-
king f2, and queen,
Queen
to e2.
e2.
Yeah,
that
this
looks
is a
like
mate.
checkmate.
This is a forced checkmate. Yeah.
Yep.
And we have a result here as well?
Talia and Atusa have made a result.
It looks like it's a
A
threefold
three-tire-
repetition.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Okay. So there is no queen takes b7.
She took on b7, by the way.
She
took on
did?
b7, yes.
So
let's
Megan has
stay with
forced
that
checkmate?
one because she does have forced checkmate right now.
Wow.
And a handshake here, game over, draw between Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian.
Rook takes h2. So Megan
So
can
going
make
back
a
to the Carissa Yip game and Megan Lee,
Yeah, Megan can begin with a rook sacrifice. Queen takes b7 has just been played on the board.
and
Queen
very
takes
strong
b7.
move, rook take h2.
No.
And Megan has 30 minutes to calculate this.
And I'm sure, you know,
She needs to find it, by the way. Again, if you leave me a few more moves, I will take on c7. I'm getting very close to your king, so don't allow any more trade-offs. Just
Right.
take on h2. Everything is forceful right now.
But I think this is what chess players live for, right? These combinations that we can calculate, and each move is a check. So everything is the most forcing. There's nothing to deviate. Rook takes h2, king takes h2, queen h5 check.
And now this key move.
It's on the
and by
board.
way,
It's
it
on
is
the yep.
on the board.
She's
on
she
the board.
Spotted it. King to g1, and Carissa knows
This bishop
her streak
f2
is
move,
over.
really kind of quiet move, but still forcing move to get that king on f2. So we have a forced checkmate.
This is it
Exactly.
right now.
Bishop
the final
f2, the money
hurdle.
move.
But she's only checking because she's giving her
Bishop
pieces
f2
away.
is on the board.
Wow.
And it's a forced checkmate. And
Game
Carissa
over.
will have to resign. An impressive streak, 8-0. Our congratulations to
And
Megan.
Carissa did resign.
Wow.
Very good game for Megan Lee. I mean, wow.
Very impressive. I mean, she was on the back foot. She found this amazing move, f7, f6. Carissa had her chance. She could have gone that g4, bishop takes e5 route. We had seen that.
By the way, Megan Lee, 5.5 points.
She's fighting for that second.
She's
Closer to
also
the podium,
fighting for
closer to the podium,
for the World
yes.
Cup spot. A
Exactly.
little bit unexpected from this player, but again, she started half out of 3, and now she's 5 out of 6.
Some of the results I would have never expected. Irina faded. Our 8-time champion, she didn't have a bad start. She was doing okay. Carissa was just off to the races. Irina didn't have a bad start, but has recently really come off the pace. In the open section, what do you have for us there?
I don't know, guys. I was watching the same game. I was watching the same game. Now, that was a good trick, Yasser. You're trying to fade responsibility. I see what you
Keep
did
your
there.
eye on the ball. That's all I gotta say.
Let's take a look at what's happening, guys. I think we should go to Sam Sevian, first
Please.
of all, because they're at
That
move
was-
33, and something is happening.
Crazy
I don't know
stuff.
exactly what's happening, but it seems like something is happening.
All right.
Knight takes f4 came.
As expected.
Queen takes f5. Knight
That
takes
was
h3.
the money move.
Rook takes g4 was played. Queen to e7, this was the critical idea, right?
Right.
With the idea to support rook to f8, but also you need to defend against all sorts of checkmating ideas.
Rook g3.
Queen to e1, best move in the position. King to g2, and queen to e2. The idea being, this is nice.
Wow, I like it.
Give me the queen.
Very
Bishop
sneaky.
c8.
Yeah.
Bishop c, an easy one to miss from afar, right?
Right.
And I don't think we've seen a move. I'm seeing Sam Sevian drink some water right now. I think he just realizes that after king takes h3, bishop to c8 on the board, immediately played by his opponent. Yeah, this might actually just be very close to over right now. One missed move, and I think Sam Sevian from afar calculated all of this and perhaps
With
just
this
simply
queen
did
e6,
not
yeah.
see this bishop to c8.
Yeah.
And if I went king h1 instead, there's going to be like a smother mate, right? Queen f1.
Yes.
You cannot do bishop g1 because of knight f2.
Correct.
And if I go rook g1,
Then I just take on f3.
yeah, okay.
Ooh, this is easy enough, I guess.
And knight f4.
You can play whatever. Anybody can take it from here.
Right.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Well,
what a
I
missed opportunity
teased.
for some Sevian. We really liked his position, targeting that h7 pawn.
Yeah. And,
Queen takes
Sam-
c8. A bit of a heartbreak for Sam because he was doing very well in this tournament.
Truly.
Hikaru even said it on the stream. Look,
Yeah.
he's in great shape. He won chess 9 legs. He was doing well. I think he was on +1 in this competition. Not anymore.
Yep. I teased Rex the other day. I said, Rex, are you prepared to get out your checkbook and write a big check to Carissa? He said, not yet.
A spiteful.
Harassable.
Stop harassing me, Yasser. I'll think about it after it happens. Look, he was right. Mate.
Yeah, he was.
It's not easy. 11 out of 11, you really have to be perfect.
Right.
One missed opportunity, one slip, and unfortunately, the chance evaporates.
Wow. G6 from Sam, where there's life, there's hope. G6, dreaming that captures and bishop takes might yet occur. You've got to... Yeah, I mean, we all get disgusted. We all like to resign. Yeah, the good game. But you've seen these players time and time again come to our interviews with Anastasiya and said, I wanted to resign, but... and then they find something. G6, the most awkward move that Sam could play. What do you think about it,
I mean, you are trying, right? If black goes something like h6...
H6? Yeah,
yes.
sure, let's go.
You want to go maybe knight e5, go
Yep.
to knight f7, just...
Yep.
I mean, it's
Dreaming,
lost,
dreaming.
but dreaming.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, there's nothing worse than just lose the game, right? So you can resign or you can just keep playing for a bit and see, because people make mistakes. I mean, Sam himself made a mistake. He was having fantastic position. Like,
Exactly. I was thinking, I could play. One of the nice things when you're up material is sometimes you can just simply return the material. Here, it's not that easy to return the material because in this particular case, the rook and bishop against the queen, that bishop, I mean, I wouldn't call that a completely winning position. So again, G6 to try to make Leinier's life as difficult as possible. And we know Leinier gets into time trouble. What's going on, Kate?
so right now,
vibes
Sam
on the clock?
Sevian has 3 minutes, 50 seconds, Leinier 3 minutes. But they have only 4 moves to make to the time
For
control.
the time control. And Leinier looked like he was reaching for his rook.
By the way, maybe afterwards we can go to the game of Anna Zatonsky and Alice Lee and see how
Absolutely.
that developed.
Rook. So, wait a minute. Pardon me. Rook to f8 was the move.
Target that knight on f3.
Yep.
And the idea is if you move that knight, maybe I have some check on f1 with my queen, forcing the king to go forward and then activating the rook.
So something like this, yes?
Yes, now you go.
Charging boldly,
And rook f4,
recklessly.
and now queen e2.
Now I'm crying. Ouch. Well done. Nicely done. Yeah, that looks like Leinier putting finishing touches. You were telling me I should go to the game
Of Anna Zatonsky and Alice Lee.
Let's
because
do it.
We started to think that maybe Alice is out of trouble.
Yeah, Anna had what we thought was a winning position. Now what has happened? Though crazy things have been going on in this game. So taking that. Wow.
Take my knight, I'm going to take yours.
Right. Wow. Okay, knight to g4. So somehow Anna has kept an exchange.
And now she returned that
I
exchange
think we're seeing a repetition,
for
guys.
queen e6.
Just queen e6, rook f7, queen e8.
Ooh.
I think we're seeing a repetition.
Because if black goes to h8 with her king...
Maybe rook g5.
Yeah, you don't want to draw, you're going to lose.
Nonchalantly, he said, maybe rook g5.
Actually, rook f3 here.
Rook
Wait
f3,
a second.
king g4.
Okay, that's it.
No, there's still
That's
some
one
calculation.
check.
There's still some calculation to be done. It's not clear, but I think it's only black who's risking.
But it was this nonchalant. Without rook g5, maybe, white was in trouble. Go rook f3 check, but rook g5 is a very good move. And a draw. I think somehow both ladies are going to be happy with the draw because easily it could have gone either way. Pardon me, didn't mention that Rose Atwell and Anasi made a draw by repetition as well. And where would you like? Talia and Atusa made a draw.
So we have only one last
There's only
game in the women's section, which is
games.
Anna Zatonsky and Alice Lee. So maybe let's go back actually to the open section to see the game of Ray Robson, because he has an extra pawn in the end game. But probably not enough. Let's
Talk
take a
about
look.
a game that we really lost track of, because at a certain moment we actually thought that Wesley had the more comfortable draw. Now, the moral winner is Ray with an extra pawn. No, but this really does look dry.
Because we can try, what if I try with like knight d1, knight f2, knight e4? They just show with your...
Knight to d1. Oh, excuse me. Knight to d...
Oh, it's black's turn. So just with the arrows, knight f1, knight d1.
Okay, I'll go king f6.
Okay, knight d1.
Knight d1, and I'll go bishop here.
Knight f2.
I'll just make...
Knight e4.
Right. And let's say check.
And now I'm going to improve my king. King e3.
Right.
One thing
King
about
e4.
this position, if you could fly your king to e5, maybe you
Right.
would actually have some chances, right?
So put the king on e5, put the knight on g3, and then arousing f5.
So I need that knight on e4 to kind of force the black king away from control of that e5 square. So this is my idea. So I think Ray, I know he always pushes for a win, no matter how drawish the position is.
Right.
And no matter how low on clock he is.
Right. So he's definitely going to go for such a move.
Wesley, king d6.
King d6 by Wesley tells me his plan is to keep his king in the center as much as possible. Move like f5. He's ready to go king e5, that's for sure.
Okay, so let's go knight d1.
So a lot of more...
Actually, I will start with king e3.
Excuse me.
So I was thinking about kicking your king away with...
Let's go bishop f5.
Yeah.
Okay, knight c3.
Here, I
you
like
probably
it.
want
You're
to stay
getting
close, right? Close to the pawn. So maybe king e6, right?
But
King
at least,
d4.
Okay. But I mean, the same concept of knight e4 and Anna.
Draw.
And,
It's a draw. Both really seem to be very happy.
Right.
Alice laughing, Anna
Right.
having a smile on her face.
Anna is not very happy. No. Anna
but
is not happy.
She hasn't had a win in the tournament, and today she got a gift.
Anna is very disappointed. I can tell you that.
Knight g5, and Alice was losing not a pawn, the f7 pawn.
The most important pawn
How
in
do
the,
you recover?
in the game.
How do you recover from the loss of the f7 pawn?
And I want to say something very similar happened at the Olympiad against Alua Nurmanova in the last round. She gave away the f2 pawn in that game. Also, some knight takes f2 tactic that was missed by Alice. So she needs to brush her tactics regarding the F2 or F7 squares.
But you know, Alice defending the impossible against Atusa Purkashian. She actually won that game now against Anna Zatonsky.
And by the way, after a bishop to d5, instead of rook takes d5, which ensued,
we've seen
the draw, f4 is just winning.
So you're preparing that rook takes d5.
Well, you need to get, first of all, you need to just like shy away from rook to f3.
Rook takes
F2. That's the big, rook f3.
Oh, rook f3, sorry.
That's the big threat in the position. And now you're just going to focus on the g7 pawn. Queen to e5, followed by rook to c7.
So if I go queen f6?
Queen to f6.
You just go rook c7?
Queen to e5?
Same thing.
I mean, it's an exchange up. If we go into the endgame, I'll happily take that. Your bishop is a beautiful bishop, but it doesn't do as much. And you're losing the a5 pawn.
So she just didn't want to play f4, thinking she's maybe weakening her king too much?
She had 37 seconds. She had to make a decision. It all comes down to the clock. She had to make a decision. And in fact, with 7 seconds on her clock, she took on d5, after which is a draw.
7 seconds only.
Not that, and this is move 36. So she still had 5 more moves to go before time control. Perhaps that's why she shied away from complications after f4. Look, it's easy for us to sit here and say f4 is winning, right? Because the engine tells us that it's winning. But when you're down to your last few seconds, you understand you've missed a lot of things along the way because you were completely winning before that. It's not as easy to leave the bishop, such a powerful bishop, in the middle of the board. And that's over. Leinier, is that his first victory?
His first and only win of the tournament.
And by the way, let's take a look at the final position because it's an almost checkmate.
He did beat Mishra, so actually
so
it's his
second win.
It's his
so
second.
In the game of Sam Sevian, Leinier, Dominguez, Sam Sevian tried to complicate things. And after pawn take h7, king take h7, maybe we can see this on Yasser's board.
I mean, literally every fiber of my being wants to play rook on g2, captures g7,
because the knight is so beautiful on that f7 square guarding h8 and h6.
And the bishop on d4 is like perfectly placed for rook takes g7 check and mate.
Only one problem in the position.
It's illegal. According to the rules of chess, the rook is pinned to the king and can't move, and that is why Sam resigned. In view of rook h5, rook takes, f7 threats. For Sam, that's a loss that stings.
Yeah, I mean,
because he's been playing a really good tournament.
Great, in a great position, really pushing.
Everything was going in his favor. Let's see, Fabi drew, Mishra drew. Where am I going?
Ray Robson. I think that's the last game.
That's it?
Last end game, which looks like it's going to be a draw.
Yep.
And the women's section, that's all. Right? Yeah, Anna Zatonsky
That's it.
drew,
This is
so
the
that's
last game of the round.
Last game.
This is the last game of the... This is actually a very early round.
Yeah, I was about to
Everything
say.
was finished in the last 5 minutes. Things that generally go into the second time control and they play out.
Usually I can always count on Anna Zatonsky to play a 7-hour game.
Well, probably if she would have played f4, most likely it would
be a 7-hour game, right?
Yes.
No, I mean, I'm missing something.
But remember, yesterday we thought Wesley is going to make a draw with Fabi very quickly, and then it was the last game to finish. So
famous last words.
Right. Yeah, Fabi had come over on the night of the rest day, and I said, Fabi, thank you. Those last 3 hours, I really appreciated calling your game with Wesley. He goes, yeah, I don't know what we were doing. Sometimes, neither player wants to offer a draw.
See, bishop to d3. Ray is going to try. I mean, there is no reason not to try in this position.
King e3, knight f2.
You can do that
knight
forever,
to e4. Look.
Knight c3, where is he going with that knight? So maybe knight a4, knight c5?
Or knight e4, yeah.
I think we're still doing the same thing, that you were doing, which was bringing the knight to g3, right? Whether it gets to g3 via e2 or e4, either way, you got to bring it over there.
By the way, look at that knight. I always like this chess set because the knight is so beautifully crafted.
It really is. It really is. Big shout out to Frank Camerata, who designed these chess sets in the House of Staunton. Really, really beautiful. You feel like a professional.
Absolutely,
when you have,
yes.
These things. I'm a big fan of snooker. I think it's a marvelous, marvelous game. I'm a terrible player, but I once was in Iceland and I went to a snooker billiard hall with Walter Brown. And we were more like pool players, but now we're on a snooker table. But it was beautiful. It was such a beautiful snooker table. I think I played the best snooker of my life. I mean, I ran like 4 balls in a row, you know, like which was pretty good. And sometimes when you are playing on great equipment, it raises your game.
Yes, you're motivated to show some mastery.
Right. Even though I was terrible. Conversely, you give me a cheap plastic set, my game goes straight downhill. By the way, knight c3. I'm looking and I'm thinking that with the king nicely dominant on the f5 square so that I can always bring my king to e4, I think I should easily draw now the position. Like, for example, we play bishop here, bishop c6. And again, I'm thinking, you know, a good blitz player would never allow themselves to be forked. Put the bishop on a8. And now the moment your knight goes, I go king e4, right?
I don't like this king on g3. I understand what it is doing. It's stopping the black king to go to g4 and attack that pawn. But I felt like that's going to be the job of the knight when we're going to jump around.
Agreed. I think that Wesley's chances of drawing are just almost absolute at this point. I mean, it would really take a giant mistake. For example, here's one, king e4. This is a way that we can sign the score sheets immediately.
F5, winning pawn and game.
Absolutely winning. So just don't walk into those tricky knight forks.
So we are expecting bishop d5, right?
Yes, I would expect so. Lots of time in this one, right? The
players have 24 minutes. Wesley has 43 minutes.
Yeah, nothing to say about this one. Still a little bit in shock about the whole Carissa thing. I mean, we were galvanized, frankly. I jumped on the Carissa Yip train most definitely during the free day, and I was thinking, you know, how the possibility was really, really strong that she was going to go 3 in a row. But let's pause our analysis for a second.
Because Anastasiya Karlovich, she's with Jennifer Yu. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Jennifer Yu, who managed to outplay Tatev Abrahamyan very quickly, right away. It seemed like a very straightforward game today. Like, what were your feelings? Like, how did it feel from your perspective?
Well, when I saw that I had this opportunity to kind of go for an attack of like knight g5, I just decided to go for it. You know, I don't really know this position too well at this point because I've never really seen like, you know, the b6 and then castles where I have this chance, because there are some lines where I know there's an idea where you can push like g4, but I just, you know, I like playing these kind of games now. It's like, I don't really want to calculate too much. Let's just make the move and see how it goes. But I really wasn't sure what was going on after like these g6 kind of moves, because there were so many things that I could try.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but it felt like very straightforward. What was the moment that you realized that you are absolutely winning?
I think definitely after bishop f5, I knew that was like going in the wrong direction, because e4 and then it just opens up that diagonal where I play bishop c4, and then the king is just falling apart. So I think after that move, I was like, okay, this looks pretty good for me.
Absolutely. And then you managed to win this game so quickly, and now you are in 50%. Seems like tournament is just started for you, but still 2 rounds to go. How do you feel about your situation?
Well, I'm glad that I finally went back to equal score, because I had a pretty bad start. So I'm feeling better about that. You know, I'm just kind of, I wish I started playing like this maybe like 5-6 rounds ago, but not 5, like all rounds ago, but at least I can play some chess now. Yeah.
No, but it's important not to kind of keep losing, but kind of put yourself together. How do you think you managed to do this during the tournament?
I think ever since I was a kid, I usually start poorly, and then I like to finish strong, because like that was the thing. Like, it doesn't matter how you start as long as you finish well. But so I wasn't too worried about that or too stressed. I was just trying to stop making like these silly mistakes and like focus more on my games. But yeah.
Yeah, so just for experiment, I would like to ask you some random questions. Choose the card and just we'll discuss and we will find out more about you. So let's see. Have you ever cheated during hide and seek? Yes or no?
During hide and seek?
Yes.
I don't think so. I'm like, I always follow the rules for these kind of games. Like, I'm just scared.
Yes. Do you prefer good news first or bad news first?
I think the bad news first. I just want to get it out of the way.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Would you prefer time travel or teleportation?
Time travel or teleportation? I think probably teleportation, because time travel is too powerful. Like, I don't know what happens after that.
Exactly, yes. Would you prefer to meet a superhero or cartoon character?
Superhero.
Mm-hmm. Which one is your favorite?
I don't know, but I was a really big Marvel girl back in the day. I watched all of them. So one of my favorite superhero movies was like the Captain America movie. But then I also really like Batman. So I don't know. I was a really big nerd. I would watch all of them.
That's cool. Would I prefer to play poker or chess?
I don't really know how to play poker too well, so probably chess. But I do want to learn how to play poker.
So I will ask you this question.
Yeah.
Have you ever pretended to be sick to stay home to play? Yes or no? Maybe to play chess, or let's say play chess with your friends and you pretend to be sick, not to go to school.
No, I don't think so. Like when I was a kid, I actually really liked school. So yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I like school still as much because it's a lot of work. But yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for, you're the first one who tried this kind of cards, and you gave really cool answers. Thank you so much, Jennifer. All the best of luck for you in the next rounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Jennifer. When she said I was a Marvel girl, I was going, yes, and her superhero, the Silver Surfer. Everybody who's ever read Marvel comics knows with absolute definity that Silver Surfer is the greatest of all time. He's got the cosmic force. He's got that going for him. Speaking of questions.
Yes, by the way, I really like those questions.
Right, pick a card.
Did you want to stay home because I'm not going to school? No, I like school.
I like school.
But we have social media questions.
Yes.
Thank you for writing us. Let's see, what is the question, Yasser, this time?
Let's check it out. This one is from Harazi Hamza.
Do you think that over-the-board chess will stay on top in the next 10 years, or will online chess become the standard?
Ooh,
wow.
That's a darn good question, Cristian. As a lowly podcaster, you probably have the most salient opinion.
You gotta cut it. You gotta cut it because people don't know what you're referring to. People don't actually know what you're referring to. They really think that podcasting is like the lowest of the totem pole, which it is. But still you don't have to mention it all the time. No, I think over the board is going to stay for a while.
But to the viewers,
I believe online chess is slowly going to get closer to over the board in terms of dominance and prestige, because this is what it comes down to nowadays.
Right.
Most prestigious tournaments are over the board. The World Championship, the candidates.
Sure.
Right. The World Cup.
The World Championship match itself. Yeah, of course.
All of the Grand Chess Tour events. You can sense the gravity of it whenever you're playing over the board chess. Online is not the same thing. I do think that we're probably going to see that change a little bit, shift towards online, but I still don't think there is going to become the dominant show.
I think if we go level down a bit, because I'm starting to get like coaching requests from people who never play chess over the board.
Exactly.
Never. They just learn how to play chess online. That's
Right.
all they know, and they continue playing. And they're very strong.
Right.
And they've never competed in a tournament. So I feel maybe if we go, a few levels down, online chess is going to be way more popular.
And in 10 years, think of the technology and how it's going to be so improved so that, there's no questions of any interference. And I'm thinking like it's pretty costly to jump on a plane, pay an entry fee and everything like that. very, very good question. I'm not as convinced as Cristian, but I do see the increase of popularity of online chess continuing. So,
one thing I thought about online chess in like major tournaments, what they could do the touch rule there as well. If you touch your pawn in online chess, you still have to play it.
With the mouse?
With the mouse. Like if you are wanting to, because why it is in real chess and not in online chess? I think if it was generally, people would be confused because they don't know the rules that well. But for professional tournaments, like the top grandmasters, like, hey, you touched the piece, like play with it.
I can already see kids crying to their mom, like, I don't want to move the piece. We have another question for Stump Our Panel. Thank you. That was a really good one. And this one is from Dmitry Stanislav Zarzecki.
What is your most memorable U.S. chess championship and why?
For me, the first. It's always the first, right?
Which year is that?
Gosh, I think it was 1980, and I remember Walter Brown and Luboš Kovalik and all of these top grandmasters, and I was like walking around like, what am I doing here? These are like the creme de la creme of the chess world, and it was just sort of like my, first foray into the U.S. championships, and I was like blown away, how good these guys were. Now, today, they come at 12 years old, packages of 12 years old, and they're veterans. How about you? What was your most memorable
So
US
in terms of
championships?
result, I believe it was 2015 when I was actually leading the tournament for first 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 rounds.
Yeah, baby.
So I was like, I'm getting there, but then I end up just tying for the second place. So that was actually a very nice tournament because if you play good chess, the tournament is going to be great.
Exactly.
But then actually I took a break for a few years and then I think I came back playing 2021 US Championship and I was like, I'm so happy to be here to move the pieces. We were talking about the chess set. I'm in the studio here. Like I just felt like, oh, this is a great opportunity and I was very happy to be back.
Right, yeah. But these U.S. championships are really very memorable, literally for all the quality that they bring. Let's just take a look at the game of Ray Robson because unfortunately for Ray, I mean, it's going to be very, very hard for him to make a further progress.
And by the way, thank you for the questions. We always like questions.
Love it, love it. The Black King is simply too good. It's limiting the king.
Especially right now, it seems like I can even put my bishop on e2. Exactly how do you make progress?
I have no idea. I really don't. I mean, the Black King is just simply too strong at the moment.
Bishop d5.
Bishop to d5.
Seems fine. You go knight d7 or knight h7, try to get
Let's go knight
f6.
h7, okay.
Then I can just simply go king f5.
Yeah. Absolutely. So knight d7. Well, I always admired the masters for their artistry in making a move.
That's great how a knight moves.
That one will not go down in the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Somebody needs to clip
as the way to move the pieces. The knight was going d7, g6.
That's the strategy when you make your decision where to put the knight in the last second.
Right. That looked more like a scholastics move.
He didn't know what he's going to play before he made the move.
That's right.
Okay, what am I going?
That's more like this guy. But Anastasiya has, well, a little bit zip-zip. Anastasiya caught up with
Begim, who just won her game.
Let's jump to Anastasiya.
I'm here with Begim Tokirjonova, who just won the game against Irina Krush. What an important victory for you, Begim. Tell us about it.
Well, I thought it would be nice to have a playable position because Irina obviously is not having a good tournament.
She lost 2 games in a row, I think, right?
So even after the rest, it's hard to come back, I feel like. So I just wanted to play a good game, and I think I did it.
Yes, exactly. It seemed like very smooth for you today.
Yeah.
Yes, like all your pieces became so active. What was the turning point for you in this one?
Honestly, when she played King H2 and Rook H1, I was like, okay, if you're making such moves, you should be losing the game. So I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win the game. But when she played Bishop H3, I was like, okay, this must be over after F5.
Yeah. Now it's known that Carissa lost her game, so the gap is not so big. It's 1.5 points between you and her. What do you think about it? Yes, 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, this tournament is extremely stressful, so I'm not sure what will happen. If she's not gonna collapse like 2 rounds in a row, still she's a huge favorite, I would say.
Absolutely. We still want to know a little bit more about you. I'm asking you many questions, so can I ask you a few more?
Definitely.
Choose the card and we will go for quick questions. Yes.
This one.
Okay, let me ask. Do you prefer sleeping with lights on or off?
Definitely off.
Okay, this we know. Have you ever danced in front of the mirror?
Yes. I took dancing classes, so we always did dance.
That's cool. Do you prefer candy or popcorn?
Popcorn.
Yes?
Yes.
When you go to
I
the
don't-
cinema or just...
Popcorn, definitely. I do not eat candies.
Okay, good. Would you prefer to be a friendly ghost or a scary monster?
Let's go with scary monster.
It's all with timers.
Yes.
Would you prefer to be a poet or a scientist?
Poet.
Okay. Are you writing some poetries, by the way?
My dad does, so I know a lot about it.
Okay, that's cool. Do you prefer... Okay, the last question I'm not going to ask you. Enough is enough.
Can I see
that? I will let you go for today, and we'll keep some questions for the next one.
Okay,
so wish you all the best of luck in the next
Master.
round. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. We're going to
We
have
are
to
all
have more
curious.
about those cards and where did they
What
come
was
from?
the last question? I think we're all curious
right.
now.
Inquiring minds. I guess you're going to have to go to social media and see that one. Ray Robson and Wesley, they've been going to and fro. Nothing has happened, and quite frankly, I really don't see a way for Ray to use his extra
Right. I
pawn.
think there was a chance when the king was on e3
Yes.
when we were trying to push the king forward, but now on g3,
No way. No
there are
way.
no chances.
What exactly is he trying to achieve right now after king f5? Where is he trying to go?
No idea. King f5. You know, it's funny you should mention king f5. I was thinking king e3, but yeah, king f5 also.
I just don't want to get my king too far ahead.
Right?
Yeah, you have to be careful about moves like king e3, right? Because
Maybe
if you go king
F5.
king e3, I can go like knight g5 and just...
Yeah, f5, knight g5. I mean, it's drawing as well.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. So king e3, maybe we can show a way to lose. I see only one.
We are good at that, generally.
It's tough. It's tough. It's really tough.
Right? Okay, just a second. Let me refresh my board. So, bishop f5. I think we had knight f3 on the board,
Correct.
right?
Yes. Knight
Okay.
f3 is on the board.
So, knight f3, king e3.
Yes.
So now knight g5.
Let's go
Okay.
f5 first. No. Let's try to lose this one. Let's say you lose another tempo. You want to...
We
he
are gonna
succeeded.
lose here.
He succeeded.
Which color did you try to lose?
the other way around.
The talent of
This is how we lose
my
for a while.
colleagues.
It's not even late in the broadcast. I mean, it's actually pretty early in the broadcast.
The
Now
talent.
let's take a look how we lose for black.
How could
So I'm
black...
going to start with knight g5.
Okay, but then I'm going to surprise you. No. And then you're going to surprise me, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oops. Knight to e6. So I'll just stay here.
Now knight g7.
Exactly.
Targeting that pawn, and then I'm going to push.
Right. And here, okay, probably we're still in drawing territory, but you at least get the feeling that you can you've achieved something. By the way, Anastasiya is going to have more questions.
And she has a special guest who did really incredibly today, Megan Lee. So let's take a look.
I'm here with Megan Lee, who just won her game against Carissa Yip, and by winning this game, you stop Carissa from her winning 8 games in a row. So what do you feel about it, like about the game and about the whole situation?
I mean, Carissa just has super good fighting spirit, and I think that it's totally amazing what she's done, and I hope that she can win the rest of her games. But I just feel really lucky to have been able to get something other than a loss.
No, absolutely. And today, let's say it was, what was your mindset? Of course, you are playing with someone who has 8 out of 8. How did you approach this game?
I've been trying to take each game as it comes and just play good chess. And I think I found a lot of good moves this game, so I'm really proud of that. Yeah.
Maybe you can just tell a couple of critical moments you felt like you were during this game. Like, just point to us some of them.
Yeah, I think like my king side was very exposed, and so she was like trying to attack me, and I found like this really nice move. I think f6 to stop. Well, she was attacking me, and then I just like was able to create like a counter attack. Yeah, and like exploit like this pin that she had around her king. So like the more pawns she pushed on the king side, like the weaker her king got, even though she was like attacking me.
Yeah, I remember also, I think we spoke about the game with Begim, and you told me like I felt that she will try to win. So this somehow, I was sure that it's going to be an interesting game. I was ready to fight, something like that. So was it the same feeling you had? Like she was definitely came not to make a draw. So were you ready for this kind of fight?
Yeah,
today?
I think just trying to play the best moves in the position, like not worry about whether it's like a drawing move or a winning move, or just try to play like the best move. So yeah, I'm very lucky to have won. I think like it was very dicey and it could have gone either way.
Absolutely, it was absolutely crazy, interesting game. One more question: what do you think about your tournament situation?
I'm just happy to be on even score now, even if I lose the next 2 games. And I'm playing good chess that I'm really proud of. So
Yes.
I'm very happy.
That's really great. So, a few more questions, if I can ask you.
Oh, yeah.
Choose the card. We will just go
sure.
for very short but very funny questions. Do you prefer takeaway food or sit-down restaurant?
Takeaway.
Takeaway. Do you prefer Nike or Adidas? That's a question for someone who
I
has
see.
her own shop, right?
Adidas.
Adidas.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with this brand. Do you prefer swimming or sunbathing?
Swimming.
Swimming. Do you prefer The Simpsons or Family Guy?
Simpsons.
Okay. Are you afraid of the dark? Yes
no.
or no? No, not at all. Good. Do you have any other fears? Like, are you scared of something?
Of heights, maybe. Yeah, if it's very, very high.
I see. Would you prefer to receive money or gifts, for example, for your birthday?
Neither is fine.
It's not important.
Yeah, just friendship is important. Yeah.
That's a cool question. Cool answer. Thank you so much, Megan. And we're going back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Quick question for you. How do you pronounce Adidas?
Adidas?
In Europe, they call it Adidas. Adidas. It's a German, but okay. Adidas. Over Nike?
No, Nike. No, definitely
Thank
Nike.
you. Well, what's going on? Wesley and Ray just shuffling the pieces.
Nothing is going on. Yes.
What do you want to talk about?
We're exactly in the same. Where's the action? There's no more action. This is the last one. This is the last one. Of course, look, there's still some shuffling of the pieces. It's quite funny because I think it was somewhere around here.
Okay.
Yes. After knight to e6, if you go king f5, the engine, you see the bar moving up a little bit. Why is that? Because it gives the knight away. Knight takes h5. And this is slightly better for white. Of course, f5 is completely equal. Slightly better for white. So there's absolutely no chances in this one unless you make an egregious mistake. As black, which I don't think is going to come on the board.
But maybe this is something we can talk about the engine evaluation.
Sure.
You know, if you are not a top player, you keep looking at the engine evaluation and you think how influential that is. But
by the way, I just want to let you guys know this is move 39 when we've reached this position. Right now we're at move 68. So that's 20 more moves, 21 more moves.
Before we reach the 50 move rule.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you need to push a pawn, and if you push f5, that's it.
Right.
Because I will capture that pawn f5. So only 20 more moves for these players to find a way. I don't think it's going to happen. And to be honest, I think Ray sort of resigned to the idea that this one is going to be a draw.
Mm-hmm. By the way, what's interesting about these two, not just their lifetime
He's
scores
even laughing, right? By the way, these two players are very good friends. We forgot to mention this.
I wanted to say that they went to Webster University together, but even more importantly, they were dorm mates, and literally they would wake up in the morning, they'd play blitz, they'd run to their classes, they'd have a lunch, they'd run back, they'd play blitz, they'd go to their classes, and I think they both became great players because they challenged each other while at Webster.
Yeah, and also computer games players.
Yeah, that too. Ray's got a wry grin on his face there. Well, the social media has been great fun. Let's continue and with a Stump the Panel questions. What do we have coming up from social media?
Let's take a look.
Warming up. This one is from John Herman.
How do you manage to comment non-stop for over 5 hours every day and keep track of so many games simultaneously?
Wow, thank you for the question. I live for these moments. Well, I mean, you put your brain into hyperdrive and then you just come the rest day, you just collapse. How about you? Collapse over the rest day.
I really enjoy commenting on all the games. It's so much fun. But we do make mistakes. And the thing is,
speak for yourself.
Okay, I speak for myself. But the thing is, there's also no pressure on us. I think it's just so much easier. I know we need to keep track of so many games, whereas players, they have just one board in front of them. Okay, Ray's chewing his shirt.
Ray's hungry.
I will eat my hat before I'll make
dinner time.
Right? Dinner time. I think Hikaru, for those who you missed it, please take a look. We had Hikaru Nakamura as a guest. He's in town for the Fisher Random, which is coming up immediately after the U.S. Championships. And he was explaining that in his streaming, the joy that he is getting is that his stress levels are so much lower than the players. And he walked with his wife, Atusa, to the playing hall, and he immediately felt the stress, the tournament stress.
Just watching the players, they're so stressed out.
By proxy with his wife, yeah.
So the tournament, there is just so much stakes, and you have to focus. So for us, we are just enjoying. So
exactly,
we really like it.
We don't have the penalty. We make a bad move, just as you said.
We refresh.
We refresh the board. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try it else. And the other thing that I really like about the commentary is we do get a front row seat at the best chess in the United States. We have engines. We have commentaries, guests, insights from the players, and
and we have Cristian. We have to give him credit for always
let's not go
our
crazy.
No credit needed. Forget about it. No, I don't need any. No, but I think you made a good point. Jokes aside, I would be watching these tournaments no matter what. From home, right? If I would have the time. To also have this as a job is a dream job. Right. I think for all of us. I don't want to speak for you guys as well, but for me, definitely is.
It really is, and I do appreciate this opportunity to, share my world, the chess world. Anastasiya caught up with a happy Leinier Dominguez,
who won his game very unexpectedly. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Leinier Dominguez, who just won a game against Sam Sevian. Such an interesting battle with many mistakes, perhaps, from both sides. But how did it feel for you?
Yeah, I mean, it felt good, especially the last part of the game. But I can imagine that we both made a lot of mistakes. To start with this F5, after I played it, I thought that if he plays EF, G5, it looks quite bad for me, in fact. But okay, then it got interesting. I think at least part of the game I played more or less reasonable, and I found some good moves. So I'm quite happy with the victory.
Yes. Do you feel sometimes that, especially now with the tournament situation, that you need to take some risks in order to win the game, especially with Black, playing against such a strong opponent?
Yeah. Well, I was just I take every game as I try to play normal, not thinking too much about the result, to be honest. Anyway, I wasn't doing great in the tournament, so I just wanted to play well, but it's not so easy.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking about. Like, you have a coach who still maybe sometimes can put some pressure on you and remind you that 3 games to go, you should do something, now and never. Do you have something like this? Do you have such discussions?
No, basically it's what I was telling you, that you have to just play every game. Of course, it's a bit tough when things are not going well, because you have somehow your memories are not great. But as I said before, it's important in those moments to try to keep calm and remind yourself that every game it's a new one, and it's an opportunity to to try to show your best, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's a great approach. I mean, I have to learn from you, and I mean, many people should, because like still the fact that you have this result in front of you, it affects normally people. So that's important to stay calm, of course. So now, what do you think about overall situation at this moment? Still, of course, I'm sure you check the standings, right?
Yes, yes. No, I know it's quite close. I mean, already 50%. It's very good. I mean, it's probably good chances of being in the top 3 and maybe even more. So yeah, it improved dramatically the last 3 rounds.
Whom do you play against in the
I
last
played
rounds?
Caruana and then Awonder in the last round.
Wow.
So yeah, it's,
everything is in your hands, it seems.
yeah. It's at least I'm super happy that I managed to came back after 2 losses. It's quite tough.
Yes, exactly. So all the best of luck. Of course, I'll let you go to prepare for so important rounds. Thank you, Leinier.
Thank you, Anastasiya. I can't imagine Fabi and Awonder Liang, players who are number 1 and number 2 in the tournament. So Leinier definitely has little destiny in his hand. We are seeing a repetition back and forth between the 2 players.
Ray decided not to pursue any more action with that knight.
Exactly. No!
Wesley's giving away the h5 pawn.
Wow.
Ray is smiling.
Avoiding the repetition.
King e6 like that. No, that's a move I would never make.
Not even on the wildest day.
He wants to see a stalemate.
Right?
King
Just don't make a mistake.
And even there, you know, oh my goodness.
We should see Ray smiling. This is funny.
Wow.
He could have repeated just moving back and forth the king.
Exactly.
Ray's having a good time, obviously.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's funny because if you think about the Fabi Wesley game in the last 3 hours of their contest, who's going to stalemate who? Who's going to get stalemated? Is White going to get stalemated or is Black? White's going to get stalemated.
White is going to get, yeah. So King H8, King F8. Is Ray going to play H7 or
That's
just
what
King
I'm
F7?
saying.
King H7.
Is White going to get stalemated?
Ray should play King H7 and still repeat. No, H7 on the board.
King
F7. You have, but he has to make a move. Just
I'm going to play King F7.
But you can just make the move. You don't need arbiter for that.
What is he doing? What is
I'm going to make King F7. I'm going to make a draw.
Is he offended? Is he announcing it? Like, what is he doing?
That's hilarious.
Is he announcing the draw to him? Chris Murray's like, come on, make the move.
Then that's a stalemate.
You don't have to ask the arbiter to make a stalemate.
Is this a stalemate or not?
Silly guy.
Wow.
He's like, why are you calling me here, Wesley? There's no repetition.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Stalemate, draw. Well done.
Be a fly on the wall to hear the conversation right now. That would be amazing.
Round 9 kind of sum things up for us here, Cristian, as we are getting another broadcast.
Oh yeah,
completed.
What an eventful day. You could feel at the beginning of the round that the players rested and they were ready to play their fighting chess, but also you can already start understanding they're tired.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody is tired. You can start seeing the mistakes being made.
They're
Fabiano's D4, trying too much, and even Hikaru was like, well, why is he playing like this, right? What is he trying to achieve out of this opening? Is he trying to win? Is he trying to play for a draw? Who knows? But they're starting to make mistakes. Sevian, of course, huge mistake against Leinier, Dominguez, and Carissa. That's the story. Right now, unfortunately, we're not going to see, and you can start understanding how difficult it is to win that $64,000 prize, Bobby Fischer prize, because you need to be perfect. For 2 weeks, you need to be absolutely perfect, not make any mistakes. And by the way, she had a winning position. If she would have found that G4, Bishop takes D5, Queen H2, you know, she hasn't done her tactics maybe like yourself, Yasser.
Let's take a look at the standings after round 9. We'll start with the ladies. And unfortunately, there you have it.
Yeah, so Carissa lost her first game in the tournament, but she's still leading with 1.5 point lead. She's clear first. Begim Tokyo Genoa, very important win today against Irina Krush, she is clear second with 6.5 points, still a big difference, but getting that World Cup spot. And then we have two-way tie for the third place, Alice Lee and Megan Lee, who today defeated Carissa Yip, both with 5.5 points.
And in the Open, we heard Leinier talk about the third spot. So not just the podium, but maybe also a World Cup.
Yes, clear first here, Fabiano Caruana with a draw from worst position against Awonder Liang, but he's clear with 5.5 points. Clear second, Awonder Liang with 5 points, and then a three-way tie for the third place. Ray Robson, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann with 4.5 points.
Very strange to see Wesley drawing all of his games and really not having many chances in any of them. Cristian, you finished your speech and it was just.
I've done my speech. I've done my final thoughts. I think it's time to say goodbye, Yasser. We've covered everything. It's time to say goodbye. Last two championship rounds. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be in the same spot at the same time. We're going to cover the games of these champions. Who's going to take it all? In the next 2 days, you will find out.
You'll have to stay tuned. Thank you, everybody. Join with us tomorrow, same time, same channel, as we will bring you the penultimate round of the U.S. Championships. Thank you, Kate.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.